All right, we are live. You're muted.
Sorry about that. I was muted. Look at that. So, welcome to ETHDenver 2022 Virtual Track Judging. This is the closing ceremony for the virtual hackathon that's been going on for the last month. And we're super excited for today. We have 30 incredible projects that our team of judges have been reviewing for the last 3 days. And we're looking forward to having them present. So before we kind of begin, we're going to kind of just go through some housekeeping things to just talk about what today is going to look like. So let me advance my slide here. So we're going to talk a little first about bounties and payouts. We're going to then talk about how the track judging is going to work. Talk about the top 30 presentations, or we'll actually do the top 30 presentations. After the 30 presentations, we have a panel. It's going to be on how Web3 is for everyone, unlocking mainstream adoption. And then after that, we'll kind of follow up talking about further bounties and payouts, what the top 5 picks were by our celebrity judges, and then as well as we have some announcements from Bufficorn Ventures. So let's jump in. So let's talk about bounties and payouts. What does this look like for virtual? So sponsors have until April 1st, 2022 to submit their virtual winners. Those virtual winners will be published on the ETHDenver website. You can go to ethdenver.com/virtual winners. And on this page, you will find all information about virtual winners. So this will include the top 30 prize pool. It will include the quadratic voting, which we'll talk about here in a moment. And then it will also list out all the sponsor bounties and prizes and earnings. So if you go there right now, it is live. So ethdenver.com/virtual-winners will list all the current information, and we'll be updating that daily as we get new information. So payouts for bounties and tracks. So this is all going to begin the week of April 4th. There are all the track prizes are going to come from ETHDenver. You will receive, if you do win, whether you won virtually or if you won in person, you will have received a IRS form to complete. This will provide the accounting team at ETHDenver all the information that they need to distribute out your payments. As it relates to sponsor bounty payouts, there's 2 different ways. So option 1 is ETHDenver. So some sponsors chose to have ETHDenver distribute these bounty payouts. Again, ETHDenver's accounting team, it will send you out a form to complete, and then you complete that. And then upon receiving that, ETHDenver will set up the payment to go out. Now, if a sponsor chose to directly pay for their bounties, they will be handling it themselves. They're going to have a different process than ETHDenver has. What we will do, though, is we will actually send out an email that introduces you and the sponsor to make sure that you are getting your bounty payouts. All right. So let's just talk about how the top 30 judging works. Oh, John Pollard.
Hey, what's going on, Jason?
Hey, I'm good. How are you? I'm doing great.
I'm good. I'm just coming up from hibernation from the live version of ETHDenver a month later, right?
Oh,
1 month later.
I totally feel you. I'm still recovering.
No, I think a lot of us are, man. I think a lot of us are. No, keep going. I'm just going to listen while you're going, and then I'll add some things just at the end here.
Okay, cool.
And all right, we're ready to transition.
Cool. So how the top 30 judging works. So the top 30 teams were picked by round 1. So for the last 3 days, we've had about 98 judges participate in judging all 9 tracks. And so each team ended up picking their favorite, and that's who ended up going to making it into the top 30. So the way that presentations are going to work will be just like in person. Each team will have 3 minutes to present, and then there'll be 1 minute of Q&A that happens with the celebrity judges. So we have some really cool celebrity judges that we'll announce here in a moment. As far as just keeping time, the master of ceremonies, or the host, his name is Trevor. He's going to be the keeper of time. And so he's going to make sure that the presentations are staying on time and that we keep moving forward. And so if he interjects, that's just going to be kind of like the end of it. And that's going to be the way that we keep moving forward. So we stay on time and just kind of respect his decision. So the celebrity top 5. So each celebrity will then pick out of the 30 their favorite. And the winning team for that judge will end up getting an additional $1,000 in prizes, as well as a recognition for receiving the favorite judge award. So just like in person, we have quadratic voting. So as a community, we'll be able to vote on our favorite projects that are submitted and presented today in the top 30. So 30 finalists, quadratic voting round. There's going to be $1 million in Spork, or 1 million Spork tokens that will be matched. And then the way that this worked was last night, Dora Hacks did a snapshot of all Spork token holders, and those will be all the people that now participate. Now, the thing to know is that if you participate in voting, you're not actually losing your Spork. It's just you're using your Spork to participate, and then SporkDAO will be distributing out the 1 million Spork tokens. So how the quadratic voting works is based off of this idea of the minimal anti-collusion infrastructure, which was written by Vitalik back in May of 2019. And the way that this works is that all your votes are encrypted. It's validated by zero knowledge proof. It's collusion resistant. And Dora's Macy is based on Macy 1.0 at private scaling. Now, the voting schedule for quadratic voting is going to happen between today, starting at 10 a.m. right now. I know it says 10:30, but it's actually 10 a.m. to 11:59 p.m. on March 20. I think it's actually 29th. So I think I actually have that wrong on my slides. So March 29th, not March 28th. And then on March 29th, voting and tally will generate the proofs, and then we'll announce the winners on the Bounty webpage. So the way to participate in voting is very easy. You go to ETHDenver.com/judging, and then there's also the Dora Hacks link for the grant to participate in the quadratic voting. So let's just talk about track winners awards. So the way that track prizes are distributed is that it's equally split among all the teams in the track. So each track has about $15,000 in prizes. The maximum that one team can earn is $7,500 per track. So if there were 3 teams in, say, Impact in the top 30, the distribution would look like Team 1 gets $5,000, Team 2 gets $5,000, Team 3 gets $5,000, and that's how we get to the $15,000. Now, that's about all that I have from a general housekeeping in regards to how today's top 30 are going to go. I think John has some updates and announcements that he kind of wants to make, so I'll give you the floor.
Well, we're going to do a little bit more discussion about Buffacorn Ventures later on in the programming, but for now, I just wanted to come and say congratulations to all of the finalists. And boy, do we have some really incredible projects that have come out of this year's ETHDenver installation. Goodness gracious. Just in reflection now, thinking about back to the in-person component and then looking over the last 30 days or 3 weeks-ish or so, since we all kind of got back from Breckenridge on the virtual side, it's really been an amazing testament to the strength of the SporkDAO community. The engagement, the teams, the people, the mentors, the communities, the sponsors. There really isn't anything like this around the world. And, I've been thinking about what ETHDenver really represents. And what I really love about it is, yes, at the core of it, it's about BUIDL, right? We're about BUIDLing the future of the decentralized world. But we've implemented all of these different components. Like Jason just explained, we're using quadratic voting to involve the community in decision-making. We use crypto-enabled primitives all over the event space to give people this futuristic experience. ETHDenver is the world's largest real-time, live-action Web3 experiment. And welcome, you're a participant. So when people say to me like, oh, what a great conference you guys put on, and then we always say, well, it's not really a conference. This is what we mean by that. It's not. It's a live action experience and an experiment in all of the things Web3 that we talk about. Now, are we perfect? No, of course not. Are we? That's what experiments are about. That's what's beautiful about experiments is we don't have to be perfect. We get to iterate, rapidly iterate, and really see like what are the things that are working? What are the things that need more, development? What do we need to unpack? And then those ideas have a tendency to show up in the hackathon as new projects. So we've got this really interesting opportunity here as a community. And what a value add to the community. We're not just having crypto parties and hanging out and like talking about NFTs and trading platforms. We're actually building meaningful things for this future and doing so in a way that's community driven, and from a value standpoint, a value mechanism that actually is shared value for the community as represented by the sport token. So I think it's beautiful. The community, I love our community. I'm so grateful that the community has been so receptive to the experiments that we've put out. And, I look forward to seeing what happens next. I mean, a lot of this, because of our size as a community, we can sort of set tone and direction, but the community really decides where we go and what we're going to do. So I look forward to being a part of that. I look forward to seeing the next generation of projects. As I mentioned, about 1:30, I'm going to be talking with Jonah Weinstein about Buffcorn Ventures, and we're going to be talking about the community's investments and the community investment approach that we're going to be putting into some of these top projects that come out of this year's installation. So I'm just going to tease that now, and you guys can stick around and come back later. And about 1:30 Mountain Time, I'll be talking about that. So I'm going to give the microphone back to Jason or whoever's up next. Jason, there you are.
Well, I'm here. I'm actually hoping that you could actually help me introduce our judges. So
sure.
Our celebrity judges for the virtual hack.
You want to bring them in?
I think that would be that's ultimately where we're at in the presentation lineup.
Yeah.
Testing. Okay. Live stream is on Twitch. Okay.
Oh.
Yep, and I'm going to send you the StreamYard link to that one.
All right, so we got Griff, we got Christine, we got Soul, and then do we have? We missing someone? Are we at 4 today, John?
Well, I think we might be at 4 today.
Okay, that works. Cool. Well, welcome. Yeah, Griff. It's so good to see you guys.
Yeah, bon dia, Solange.
You just got done with ETH Rio, right? So
yes, it finalized Sunday.
Oh, that's awesome.
Woo! Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Cool. Well, welcome. So here's our celebrity panel for the virtual ETHDenver. So the way that this is gonna just kind of work, just as kind of a recap, we're gonna go through the 30 different presentations that we have. Each team will have 3 minutes to present, and then as celebrity judges, you'll get to ask a single question as a group to the community, or to not to the community, but to the presenters, and then we'll just kind of keep moving all the way through. So with that, I think.
So then we had somebody drop. Did we have?
I think there was actually someone that's actually going to be presenting here in a moment. So that's one of the founders for one of the projects. So it looks like everyone's on mute, and I'm waiting for Trevor to jump back in because Trevor's actually going to be. There's Trevor. Oh, can't hear you, Trevor. So Trevor is our MC for today. He'll be kind of helping us move along throughout the day.
Fantastic. I'm having a little bit of difficulties here with my internet. I think Comcast is having an issue here in Atlanta, but we're gonna work through this.
Awesome. And then Griff.
Where in the world is Griff Green? I'm guessing Costa Rica by the looks of the backdrop there.
You know, I bounce around a lot. I'm actually in southern Ecuador.
Wow.
I'm stealing
southern
the
Ecuador.
incredible view myself, actually. I have this
Whoa.
in like a crazy Christmas or princess castle thing.
That's a beautiful view.
Yeah. I swear I'll pay attention to the projects though.
All right. Well, great. So with that, I'm gonna step away for a little bit. I'm gonna let Trevor take over. You guys have fun. I look forward to watching all the presentations, and let's get the virtual top 30 going.
Yeah, fantastic. So the first group to bring the first winner is Exchange It from the mobile first focus track. Give me one. Should be. I think we lost John, but we should be getting mobile Exchange It in here. There they are. Fantastic. Okay, guys, you have 3 minutes to present, and your time starts now.
Jason, this is not the.
Hey, Arthur, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, fantastic. Are you ready to present?
For Exchange It.
Yes. Hopefully not for another team.
Well, we were for 924. Hold up.
I think we're running a little bit ahead of time, but that's fine.
Oh,
you guys
okay.
are here.
Well, hold up. I don't have the slide deck, but give me a minute.
That's all right. We're running ahead of time, so.
Right.
Hey guys, sorry about that. Can you hear me? I joined the wrong StreamYard link here.
No problem. It's crazy how we're building all this amazing technology, and live streaming and sharing the screen is still like an act of Congress to get it done. So you guys are in here now. You're presenting. You have 3 minutes. Time starts now. Go ahead. Yeah,
sounds good. Cool. Thanks for having us. We're Exchange It. We are a mobile smart contract marketplace backed by a DAO. So the problem that we're trying to solve is buy and sell marketplaces, especially in Web 2, have these issues of missed exchanges and lack of moderation, such as Craigslist and OfferUp. So, if I make a listing, the buyer, I might have a hard time getting a buyer to agree. They might commit, they might flake on me. And then, when I agree to sell to them, they might not actually show up and buy the item. If I'm a seller, I could agree to a lot of different buyers, and then a buyer shows up, and then I've already sold to another buyer. So we're trying to solve this by using smart contracts and DAOs. So we require a smart contract escrow deposit from buyer and seller to agree to exchange an item. And then we reward DAO tokens for successful exchanges that can later be used to moderate any disputes on the platform. So Arthur will go over the flow here.
Yeah. So basically, a buyer and seller agree on a minimum escrow before they make the exchange. And then they, can you hit next? And then they get a unique unlock code that is unique to them. And then they meet in person to actually exchange the codes to unlock the escrow. And then now they're able to actually withdraw their deposit and actually earn some of our DAO tokens. Yeah. So, there could be a situation where two people are supposed to meet up, but only one person meets up. So then there's a conflict of interest. And what you can do is use Tally to create a dispute resolution and then sort of submit that I was there, but this person wasn't. And then if there's a bad actor, obviously as we sort of build some kind of verification system in our platform, we have good actors that are able to remediate the situation. And whoever participates will get some portion of the escrow and a DAO token for participating. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So really quick, I'll show the mobile demo here. So, this is just all the listings that we have. If you're a seller, you can create a listing here. And then after you click on that, you can enter your descriptions. The most important field is this minimum escrow matic amount, which you will need to lock in so that the buyer and seller need to commit to this. And you have an unlock code where you give to the buyer so that he can unlock his escrow later. So if you're a buyer here, you can place an escrow, submit an offer for this listing. Right now I'm just entering some information here, my unlock code and my offer escrow amount. This is an on-chain transaction. You lock in that escrow, and then you submit that offer to the seller. Now, when the seller gets that offer, he accepts it, and now you guys are both locked into escrow. You meet up. When you meet up, you can go back to your listing, and then it'll show a unlock screen for you to unlock your escrow here. So that's basically the gist of how it works. And the next steps, we are actually deploying this to be a mainnet demo where we pretend to be the buyer and we reach out to Craigslist listings and sellers and put their listings on our platform and then have them use that link to go through this process. So that is how we're taking this to the next step to take it to the Web2 community to onboard onto Web3. So we're super excited about this. And we also want to just throw a final shout out and thank you to DoorHack sponsors, judges, and everybody who made ETHDenver possible. Thanks.
Fantastic. Perfect timing. Judges, do you have time for one quick question? If anybody wants to ask a question really quick. No? Everybody satisfied? Okay, cool. Fantastic product, guys. I think that's amazing. I buy and sell cars as a hobby, so that'll allow me to raise hell, praise Dale, and make a sale. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
cool.
Thanks
Awesome.
a lot, guys. Great project, very needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Very
Awesome.
interesting.
Okay, so next up for our mobile first focus track is was it account.eth reclaiming culture?
Yes, hello, can you see me?
Yes, we can. You guys are live.
Sorry for coming in early. So anyway, my name is Roman Kessler. Axis is a team from Frankfurt, the heart of Europe. Since 2015, we are the stewards of the local Maker Fairs and the Ethereum Central Germany meetup. We have connected more than 50,000 early adopters on our side of the Atlantic. So in spirit, I'm basically John Parler's European twin, if you want so. Early on, we started toying around with colored coins and the Ethereum virtual machine. As you can see, we are quite the blockchain agnostic bunch. So during the hackathon, we chose to deploy on Celo network because we think that's the fastest way to mass adoption. And we also choose to deploy on Volley because we really love creators. The plan is now to launch many small event DAOs in Colorado. And with that, I would like to hand it over to Alex, our front-end magician.
Yeah, hi. So Access basically is a community-based event system where you can share all your events without sharing all your data. So you can see we land on the chain of events. You see all the events of the different hosts. I can connect my wallet with the Celo wallet or all the different normal wallets that you know. I will use MetaMask for now. And if I'm connected, I can look at the events and also can see that my profile is already known. So I can change my name here, say I'm Alex now, can leave a story for my visitors. I can edit this and go back. And if I go to an event, I see all the basic information about the event, also the host, when the event is, the lineup, and all the information. And I can buy a ticket here. If I click it, if I don't have any money, you will see you can exchange some money in Celo, or if you have money, you can buy the ticket normally. Also, you can add the token to your wallet, so you can see that you bought the token and see it in your wallet. You can comment on the event, and also we generate a picture for you for every event. So if somebody buys a ticket, the ticket will be an NFT with this picture on it and with a special ID with that you can punch in later. Also, if it's possible to see the host, you can like the profile and post something because we are community-based. Later, these likes will be some token that the event goer can give the host if he likes the event. And yeah, our plans are to add an DAO to organize all the rules for the community. And yeah, we work also on mobile and on a vault that you can see all your tickets you bought. You have a small collection and you can use that for punching later. And yeah, that's basically it. Thank you. And I hope next time when you make an event, you don't share your data with everybody.
Copy that. We'll take that to heart. Judges, that was perfect on time, by the way. Do you have any question? We have time for one question.
Yeah,
Judges.
there have been a lot of attempts at blockchain ticketing over the years. What do you think makes your project succeed while so many have failed?
Yes, we have seen so many, and there's also a white paper in our submission. So if you go through that, you can see that it's basically a Nash equilibrium. We are bringing the DAO into this to safeguard and protect against scam exits and give everybody also the opportunity to vote. We have the idea of giving everyone one heart token, which is super exclusive and it's working like Prime Sub. Alex, how they are called?
Yeah, on Twitch, like Prime Subs, yes.
Yeah, yes. Like everybody gets a heart and they can give it to their creator. And those guys can earn more. So there's really an incentive. And we don't want to own the DAO. We just want to do the technology. And so it's always up to the creators what they want to do with it.
Can you say that again? Prime something? What was it?
Yeah, at Twitch Prime Subs, it's like you every month you get one sub and you can just give it to one person. So it's a little bit like a normal like, but it is heavier because it's exclusive and you just have one.
Okay,
yes.
And this is something Twitch does, and you guys.
Yeah, right.
Okay, no, I understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic. So.
Uh-oh, Trevor looks locked.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Go.
Cool. Hey, so it looks like we lost Trevor. So I just wanted to jump in here and queue up the next guy we've got going on. This is Dixon. Dixon, I will let you go ahead and introduce your project and we'll get started and have Trevor join when he comes back.
Thanks, Jonathan. Always a hero.
Take it away, Dixon.
Alrighty. Hey guys, my name is Dixon. My partner's name is Robert. He's actually in school right now. He's 17 years old. I'm 18 years old. I'm 19 years old now, and we're both ML engineers. And today we present Deusex Securities. So basically, the problem that we're trying to solve is security, because when smart contracts get hacked, they get hacked really badly. We've lost over $10 billion so far, and we're only going to lose more money in the future as the industry grows. So, what's the existing solution right now? The existing solution right now is just human smart contract auditing, right? And this costs over 150K, takes weeks and months, and is fundamentally unscalable as the demand is growing much more than the supply. So we have ML background engineers, so like we have backgrounds in ML. So why don't we just take machine learning and just apply it to smart contract auditing? So what we built in the hackathon was basically you use machine learning, aka transformer, in order to detect rentry attacks. We can detect a lot more attacks, but like for this specific hackathon, we only did rentry attacks. And I guess for the demo, we can see over here that this guy has locks around it. Therefore, our model correctly classifies that there's no vulnerability. And over here, we can see over here there is no locks over here. Therefore, our contract detects that there is a vulnerability. And the benefit of machine learning is that it's super cheap, as in we don't have to hire teams and teams of humans to pay them tens of thousands of dollars. We can do it literally on my computer. It's fast, as in I can do it in seconds, not weeks or months. And finally, it's scalable because software can be duplicated infinitely and upgraded instantly. And this is both for devs and auditors. So devs can use this tool, but also auditors. We seek to be symbiotic with auditors, not to be competition with them. So we help them achieve faster, cheaper, and more scalable auditing solutions. And in the back end, what's happening is that we use something called Stillbird, which is a transformer trained on natural language, and then we pass the code, which is this guy over here, into the transformer, and then we take the hidden layer, and then we feed it into the classification head, and then we train this on 400 smart contracts, and this classifies it whether it's vulnerable to rentry attack or not vulnerable to rentry attack. And we seek to continue this in the future. So right now we're at MVP 2.0, which is basically taking the hackathon, just taking one step further. So pre-training on Solidity instead of natural language and training on higher quality data. Also, we want to expand to different types of vulnerabilities. So just grab more data. And for step 3, it's just instead, because each exploit there isn't that much data. Like we can't collect a ton of data on every single exploit. Therefore, step 3 is just trying to do feature learning and trying to generalize. And finally, step 4 is just trying to achieve superhuman level performance on smart contract editing. And like the vision for this is like we can take Aave or take Curve or take Uniswap and feed it into the contract, and feed into the model, and potentially we might be able to find like exploits that no human has ever seen before. And the grand vision that we have is that we can become a base security layer for all of crypto. So there will be no more hacks, period, and that everyone can have access to a world-class level auditing. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much. We have time for one question from the judges. Does anybody want to tee that up?
I guess I can ask. I'm really curious what your next step is on the business side of things, like, or in like I see the direction for the project itself, but like, where would you? Is there anyone that you'd specifically try to integrate with? Are there any grants that you'd seek to do, or are you going to create a token, or what's your business model, and how do you expect to integrate with the rest of the tools that are out there?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, I think business side is the weakest point for us. Like, we don't know, we don't really know how to go forward. So, like, I guess one thing that we really want to do is at the end is like just literally trying to reach out to a ton of smart contract auditing firms and trying to like integrate our tools with them, but also trying to open source the tool itself to give to all devs. We could like in terms of like a business model to generate revenue, we could do a thing where it's like protocols over X $1 million market cap have to pay a fee. So like kind of like what 7zip is doing, while smaller developers can just have it for free. Yeah, we can also do like a token gated way if we wanted to do a token side. But for now, we just have a lot of ideas and we don't know what to do, but we just want to build out the technical thing first.
Excellent. Awesome. Thank you very much, Dixon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have Noah from Canon. Welcome to the stream, Noah.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going excellent. Why don't you go ahead and do your introduction and you can take it away. You've got your 3 minutes.
Yeah, great. So this is Canon. It's a hard hat plugin for declaring on-chain dependencies and enabling multi-chain development. So when you're developing for Web3 in the real world, you're not just writing a smart contract in isolation. In reality, you're often integrating with other protocols. You might be deploying across multiple chains. You might be interacting with oracles and keepers. Upgradability is something to keep track of. So there's a huge amount of infrastructure that goes into it. And managing all of this, especially for development and testing, is a huge pain in the ass. You can use chain forks to develop against, but those often are complicated because you need to keep track of the entire state of the chain, and you might just want a controlled scenario to develop against or test against. And we've run into these issues, the team building Canon as core contributors at Synthetics. Synthetics has some internal tooling to deal with things like this, but there's no real like generalized solution for the problem right now. So we built Canon. Canon is heavily inspired by Docker and Terraform. Terraform is known for the paradigm infrastructure as code. So at its simplest form, you just install the hard hat plugin like any other, and then you can run npx hard hat Canon and then the name of a package. And I'll talk about the package manager in a second. But that's all it takes. It's like you ran npx hard hat node, but you already have a deployment of, in this case, Synthetics running on that node that you can develop against. For slightly more advanced usage, you can have a JSON file that defines the chains that you plan to deploy on and the different dependencies that you would expect to find there to develop against that way or test against that way. And then the more advanced usage would be defining a Canon file. This is similar to a Docker file in Spirit that defines your package's deployment scripts, other on-chain dependencies, and things like that. And then once you have that Canon file, you can deploy it to the decentralized package registry. The registry is on Ethereum. The artifacts go to IPFS. We use the graph to index the registry, so you can explore on usecanon.com. And when you find the package, again, it's just running that command from before to get started. So there are a number of use cases for this. One is just faster, more reliable integration tests. You can basically run them against a snapshot instead of needing to run your deploy script every time. It's great for rapid prototyping. Say you're trying to write like an ARB bot, and you might want an instance of Uniswap and SushiSwap configured with pools set up in such and such a way. Compared to writing against a fork test, this is just way cleaner and easier to reason about. It's great for front-end development. A front-end developer can just run a single command and then have a local chain that they can test against. Another use case not listed here is if you have external dependencies and you're planning an upgrade, you would be able to share the sort of upstream version so that everyone can make sure that their integration tests and everything downstream still work as intended. So next on our roadmap is getting better integrated production deployments so that the same pipeline that you're using for your integration tests, you can just sort of swap out like the address of, say, like the real protocol deployment on mainnet rather than your test. We want to add more advanced support for simulating scenarios with oracles and keepers. And right now the package registry is on a test net, so we're going to get things buttoned up and actually put it on mainnet. And yeah, you can check out usecanon.com.
Excellent. Excellent. Does anybody have a quick question for Noah? All right.
I can always ask a question. I can always ask a question. So for the next steps, right? Do you have any are you planning on trying to work with synthetics? Do you already have a partner that you're expecting with to do user testing with this tool, or are you still looking for someone to get? I feel like that's the next thing to really take this to the next level. But
yeah, we already have, I don't know if we got merged in yet, but we made a pull request to the synthetics code base to speed up integration tests using it. I chatted with someone on the Optimism team a couple days ago, and they said internally they were building something similar, so we might collaborate there. Yeah, we've gotten some inbound interest, and if anyone watching is interested in using this, you can feel free to reach out to me directly as well. I'm happy to chat.
I'm sure lots of people are. It's a really
Great,
good product.
Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Noah. All right. We are a few minutes ahead of schedule, so we can kind of take a quick breather for a quick second. I wonder if maybe if I could just ask you guys as judges from your perspective, some of the projects that you've seen here, how would you describe some of the virtual projects? And maybe if we could just take a quick 2 minutes amongst all of us just to share a little bit of our perspectives. I would love to hear things from where you sit.
Well, for me, all the projects until now are amazing. I really love all of them, and it's hard to choose.
Yeah, that's a good problem. All right. Well, if we don't have any more comments, maybe it's a little bit early where you all are, maybe a shot of espresso, or if it's late where you are, maybe another shot of some other kind. But up next, we have Andrew. So I'm going to bring him up and give him his 3 minutes to present to you all. So here we go, Andrew from HyperDApp. Do you have a screen share that you'd like to bring on? All right. Looks like you're muted, so go ahead and take it away when you're ready.
Can everyone see my screen right now?
There we go. You got it.
Great, perfect. So hi, everyone. What I am presenting to you today is HyperDApp, a protocol for creating and distributing verifiable DApp front ends. So the problem we have identified is that building front ends for dApps is complex. There are a lot of fabulous tools out there, but they have high learning curve needing domain knowledge and expertise. And because of that, it can be costly and very time consuming, even for the simplest prototypes. There's a lack of interoperability. We believe Web3 will permeate into alternative platforms beyond web browsers, but most open tools that are available today are primarily for browsers. And developing for mobile, metaverse, and beyond will add more complexity for developers and fragmented user experiences. What is also noted is that dApp front ends are non-transparent. Unlike smart contracts, the majority are not trustless or auditable, which can make them susceptible to exploits such as the $120 million in value lost in the BadgerDAO hack, which was an exploit not on the smart contract, but the interface layer. Our solution is a new UI protocol for dApps. HyperDApp provides tools for developers to quickly create verifiable dApp front ends that can be sourced on-chain and be embedded into any platform. Developers design the front-end logic that can be packaged into a lightweight artifact that then can be published and sourced on-chain, where it can be pulled embedded, and generate dApp UIs for users to interact with smart contracts. So for this project, we created a dev tool for developers to design and view their front-end flows. We're using a language we designed called Cortex to use smart contract APIs and render front-end behaviors for users to interact with. As we can see, there is significantly less code that is needed for the interpreter to generate the UI elements, and the UX is designed by the developer, presenting a generative chatbot-like experience, which can be embedded in iframes or any other platform supporting the protocol. We have a publish function that will package the artifact, store it on IPFS, and source it on-chain through our registry contract for others to verify and use in their platforms. We see this being an essential part of the Web3 tech stack for creating secure, verifiable, and trustless dApp front ends. We expect the protocol can speed up development of dApps UIs by as much as 90% and is compatible with all EVM blockchains. For an end user, they can expect the same user experience embedded into websites, chat applications, metaverse platforms, and any other platform that supports this protocol. Thank you, and follow us on Twitter for more details.
Wow, amazing. I need to confess that I am terrible to do a front end, so I really like this project.
Thank you.
Same here. No question, just comment. I absolutely love what you presented. Looks really awesome. Would love to see it like developed out future. I guess one question: if you could add anything, if you had more time, what would you add?
So the way we constructed the language, it's kind of like a predicate-based language. So we feel that we can actually create even a no-code tool to be able to design the flows, but that we can't do that with the time of the hackathon. But that's definitely something that we were playing with the idea, just to kind of lower the barrier of entry for a lot of developers.
Awesome. Again, awesome job.
Thank you.
What's the Twitter? Just by words?
If you want to scan it right now, I got a QR code.
That's too hard. You got.
Okay.
What is the actual Twitter handle?
It's at H HyperDApp Labs, and then you can find us there.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much, Aaron. Appreciate that presentation. Looks awesome. Cool. All right, we got Trevor back. I think we've got our internet issues sorted in Atlanta, at least for the moment. So I'm going to step off and let you take it away, Trevor.
Fantastic. Okay, up next from the Impact track is DCOM. Hey, Conrad, how you doing?
Hi, everyone. I'm doing great.
Fantastic. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Let me get my presentation. So we are a decentralized marketplace with storing our data on chain, and we have a built-in affiliate marketing feature. The team is Prakash, a software engineer, and working on the business idea here. And me, I'm also a software engineer. We are targeting like the $950 billion digital products market. And the problems, the pain points here are there's a lot of friction for onboarding stores and products and users onto existing platforms. And for affiliate marketers, there are problems with payment delays and onboarding. So we built out a fully functional MVP that's live on Polygon, and I'll walk through a short video of the demo. So on like the store page, there's an affiliates tab where a user can propose an affiliate agreement for a percentage of each sale of that happens on the store, and then the store owner is able to approve or deny a proposal once an affiliate agreement is made, the affiliate marketer receives a link and they are able to share it on their either like YouTube description or a blog post. And then each sale that happens through that link, they will immediately get a percentage of that sale. And so here I'm walking through the workflow, through the flow of making a purchase. Here I added 2 items for 200 Matic. And here I'm able to demonstrate like that the marketer, the affiliate is able to get the percentage, and the store owner would get the other percentage of the sale. And yeah, and then another feature is that like the store owner is able to like cancel the affiliate marketing agreement at any time, and so that gives a lot of freedom to the store owner. And yeah, that's the presentation, and all this the data is stored on chain, so it is very yeah, easy to use and onboard.
Wonderful, wonderful. Judges, do we have any questions for Decon?
Yeah, this project is related to impact. I'd like you to tell more about this.
The impact,
Yes.
since it is like removing a lot of friction for people to set up their own online stores and make a living from like creating digital products. This gives a lot of freedom to like creators and like just people to start their own businesses and yeah, be able to make a living from like doing the things that they love. So yeah, it's just removing a lot of the barriers and making it very, very easy. And you're able to create a store and take orders, make sales in just in a couple minutes.
Thank you. Trevor is muted.
Sorry. Thank you very much for presenting. We're going to move on to the next project in the impact track, which is health credit. Hey, you doing, Kyle?
Very good. Hello, everyone. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can.
Yes. Okay, great. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Kyle. I'm with Health Credit. We're like carbon credits, but for health. So imagine a maternal health clinic, rural Uganda. They're having great impact, helping mothers give birth safely. They want to expand their impact. They want to raise more money. But how do they convince philanthropists half the world away they're really having an impact? And let me convince you that this is an important project to work on. So women in developing countries are 100 times more likely to die in childbirth. You're lucky to get a spot on the floor. I know this is true because I've raised millions of dollars for healthcare companies in Africa. And there's other kinds of health impact that could be had as well. 1.5 million people die from tuberculosis, 1.2 from malaria. These are cured diseases in the developed world. For emergency response, takes 4 hours compared to 10 minutes in the US. So there's a lot of impact that could be had. Meanwhile, funders have a hard time picking the right projects to fund because funders face 2 fundamental challenges. Is the project cost effective? And is the impact verified? Is this a real project that's really having impact? And I think in the era of blockchain, we can solve these 2 things. So that's what Health Credit does. We use the free market to find cost-effective solutions, just like the free market finds the best product for you on eBay, and verified impact through our governance token. So let's go into detail here. So for carbon credits, 1 credit is 1 ton of carbon dioxide. For health credit, 1 credit is 1 life year saved, or in technical terms, it's called a DALI. This is a well-known unit of account, but has never been tokenized to date. So I'm going to, we have 2 tokens here. One is LYS, the life year saved NFT for philanthropists who could buy that to impact these projects, or the impact token in ERC20, a governance token for investors. So how does this work? Let me share a screenshot. Here's 2 organizations, health organizations that have applied with a business plan and impact report and how much they want to charge for the life years they're saving. And someone with the impact token can approve or reject, someone who's staked, and they have an incentive to protect the protocol, of course, right? And the way that the protocol makes money is that a percentage of the in NFTs goes to the protocol. So I think this is an important problem. Many people are considering it. Balaji says we don't have good metrics for societal health, and we think this is a small step in the right direction. So that's our presentation. Would love to hear your questions.
Can you go a little deeper into what you actually developed, like that life year thing? Like, did you deploy tokens? Like, where's the develop? It's an incredible, very compelling story, but like, what was the developed?
Sure. So we have developed is the MVP for this. So someone can, and it's hard to do this obviously in a live presentation, better to do a screenshot, but someone can buy a token on Polygon testnet, impact token, then they can approve or reject. And it's not a complex approval rejection, it's just basic approval. Anyone can do it. So it obviously is not very secure at the moment. And then someone can buy the NFT, so which is an ERC 1155. So all those things are there. You can see this on GitHub, and you can see this on our test website.
Is this a real app just now? Can you click in this button like the business plan?
This one I can't click on, no. This is just a screenshot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay. Amazing project, man. Very,
Thanks,
very incredible concept. Love it.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. All right. The next project is Invoice Block. This is the last project in the impact track. Hello. Was it Cigar? You got your presentation ready, buddy?
Yeah, means actually I'm opening that in Canva, but 1 minute.
Yeah, no problem. Again, we're going to have a live streaming solution track next year just to figure this out.
Yeah. Actually, my laptop got shut down in this kind of thing. Okay, let me. It is got it. I'm ready to present.
Fantastic. You can start presenting. And you'll have 3 minutes once you get the presentation up.
Yeah. Just loading the screen, actually. Sure. Just a moment. Let me sharing the screen. Actually, okay. Did you guys see my screen?
Yeah. All right. You have 3 minutes starting now.
Yeah, sure. So basically, let me present. I am in presentation mode currently. Are you guys able to see that? Okay. Hi guys. My name is Sagar. Our project name is Genius Blog. As a freelancer, I am working with the crypto like last 4 years. So what is the issue basically we are getting that I want to present? So in the first of all, I will present my team. My name is Sagar, and I'm a blockchain developer, and I'm currently working at Violet Capital. And one of my friends, Mayur, is our blockchain developer as a pseudonym. So let's see what is the issue which we are covering. So in general, the freelancer work with like a different country of the clients, and different country of the clients giving the payment in different cryptocurrency. Like someone giving me in USD, someone giving in their token, or someone giving on other tokens. So end of the year, next few days March is coming. So in March, what we have to do the financial thing and getting the invoice ready. So due to we have the transaction over the multiple chain, and means we have to remember all on chain. But if we have the solution where we can all together the payment and invoicing both together. So yeah, here are presenting the invoicely actually. Invoice block is a project name. Okay, so what is the invoice block? Basically create a crypto invoice, simplify in expense tracking of your all of that, and save your time, and create first invoice less than 6 seconds, 60 seconds, sorry. So yeah, so what is the solution? Solution is the all payment related history on the one place. So using invoice block, you have like, means in a web 2 you also have these things, but in the web 3 world we don't have that very big solution or naming solution which provide this kind of solution. So all the payment history with the invoice and with all your taxation and whatever the format you have, you can make the directly send the invoice, and your client can directly play in that invoice and get download that PDF also. Yeah, so it is easy crypto invoice payment, and it is like basically the on chain. Yeah, okay, so easy to create a cross-border invoice accounting on chain. Yeah, easy to explain. So let's play a quick demo of that actually. Yeah, so here we go. So first of all, we will create a sign up and create a company. Okay, after basically creating a company, it is basically on chain. It will be registered over the blockchain. You can see. After that, once you register the company, you have to do two things. First you have to create the clients, and then you have to create a invoice. So here means, as I see, I have created one clients, and I can set out the things whatever I want to fix out. Okay, after it is on chain registering. After registering means I can create a similar this kind of invoice in an easy format and beautiful look and feel. Yeah, you can specify the date. You can also provide the discount and all. So this invoice is basically generated whatever the item you have to put. Okay, so this can be sent and to anyone and your clients. Here you can see the company has sending this invoice. So you can we are also maintaining the status of all of that. Yeah, so all of this is on chain actually, and
Fantastic.
we are maintaining it.
Hey,
doing that.
That is
Yeah.
time, unfortunately.
Yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. You covered a lot.
Yeah.
Judges, do you have any questions for Invoice Block?
First, I need to comment that I need this for my
Yeah.
life.
I agree.
Sure.
And why you choose the impact track?
We are knowing that like impact is means currently the web 2 world people are coming into the blockchain. So this project, the mass who are using the like crypto as a payment, so they can easily shareable link and send collect their payment and make their taxation life easier. In India currently, like government had make the 30% tax on your any crypto transaction. So you like means if you are any service company, you have to go through the other payments and check it out what is happening, and you have to input. If you have the one solution where you get all the clients invoice in one place, and crypto, you are a pure crypto based company, then you can, it is easy to use as a payment gateway service plus the invoice management and accounting in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, nice, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So the next project up to present is from the gaming and metaverse track, and that is Meta ID. Fantastic. Go ahead, guys.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Meta ID, your gateway to the metaverse. Now, everyone that's in the metaverse needs to have a profile, and typically your profile has your identity, your equipment, and your stats all encompassed into it. Meta ID is meant to bring all of that together, but with a few key principles. We didn't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to add value to existing projects. We want to make sure it's available to everyone that wants to be able to participate. It should be dynamic, and most importantly, it should be developer friendly.
One of the best things about the metaverse is the strong existing projects that are already in place that offer you these elements like your identity through the use of profile pictures, which people have a strong emotional connection with, and your equipment like the loot or lootverse and your bags of loot. But right now they exist as standalone islands. And what we want to do is bring those elements together along with your on-chain activity and stats to bring a cohesive format. We also believe that everybody should be able to join the metaverse, but unfortunately we can't all own a Bored Ape. So what we've decided is Meta ID should be free to mint, and you'll get one per wallet. And for the people who don't already have or aren't involved in a project that offers you your ID, we have our own character NFT collection, which would give you that at an affordable entry level, and they're infinite. So you get as many as you want, and they're going to be customizable. And along with that and the equipment, it brings everything together in one big package, which he's going to show you.
What you end up getting is a sort of unique, tailored profile to you. You get to choose the profile picture and equipment that you want, that you own, and your stats represent your on-chain activity, the transactions that you're doing, the addresses that you're interacting with. Every time you engage in the metaverse and do something in the metaverse, your stats change and evolve with you. And what all this means is that we've created something that developers can use to build on top of. Currently, if you're building a metaverse or building a game, you're either building all the elements on your own from scratch, or you've got to pull in multiple different smart contracts, create a complex UX to pull all the information from the user together. Instead, with Meta ID, it's just plug and play. This smart contract provides you all the information that you need so that your players can get up and running immediately.
So in the future, we want to onboard people from existing projects. We want to add customization to ours, and we want to launch our own games and experiences, and we want to encourage other developers to build on top of this project as well.
We're Happy Labs. I'm Michael Joseph. I'm the product manager and developer, and this is Henry. He's the designer.
Great. Judges, do you have any questions?
It looks like Christine has a question.
Yeah, no, awesome project. I love the idea of everyone having their own identity, because definitely that has been a hurdle for some people that want to get in. How are you planning to, I guess, make it free, the minting? Are you also like planning to figure out how to subsidize the gas or deploy it on like a different network?
Yeah, we're exploring options right now. Obviously, minting on layer 2s makes it a lot more affordable. I think depending on some of the other revenue that we can generate based on the games and potentially relationships with developers, we can subsidize the mint fee. So it's not finalized how to do it just yet, but we think we have a few different options to make it possible.
Gotcha. Thank you guys. Awesome job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great project.
Next project in gaming in the metaverse track is Moloch Rises.
Hi, guys. Hi.
Hello, hello.
Okay, so we've got a slide deck and then we've got a video. So just let me know when we're ready to start.
We're ready to start right now. Go ahead, guys. Take it away.
Cool. We're Moloch Rises, and we are a group of Raid Guild members that came together for the hackathon. And if you'd like to get in touch, you can email us at team@coinopstudios.xyz. So what is Moloch Rises? It's a decentralized roguelite video game where players can level up their NFT character and earn NFT items by fighting through levels of corrupted robots. It's a play-to-earn game that's actually a video game. And it's the first roguelite game with zero-knowledge technology, enabling game state to be rolled up on-chain. So how does it work? Well, let's take a look at that video, and I can show you a quick demo. Okay, so here is a demo of the game. Obviously, we have a long ways to go to make it more fun and look cooler. But in this quick video, I'll show you how it works. And then it's also sped up faster to normal gameplay. So first thing you do is you connect your wallet. You don't have to do this. You can play for free, but then you don't get to keep anything you get in the game. So once you've connected your wallet, you'll be able to choose your playable NFT character. And if you don't have any of them, then you just scroll to the bottom and you can mint a new character for 5 Matic. Okay, and once you've minted that character, that's who you're going to be playing with in the game. And as you play, you level up with experience points, and then you can choose to sell that character if you want. So let's go ahead and see how it works inside of the game. So here we are on the map. We just use the arrow keys to move around the map and avoid the robots or attack the robots before they kill you. You want to kill them. You can see there's some dialogue and things like that, but it's sped up faster. Now, once you've defeated the robots, you've beat the level, and you've got the opportunity to earn an NFT item that you can play with in the future, or you can sell on a secondary market and earn some money. So let's go back to the slide deck. There we go. So the technology we're using, Web3 Modal, Phaser 3, Snark.js, Circom, Solidity, Arweave, and all of this is still a work in process, as you can see. Like, we've got pretty far during the hackathon, but there's a long way to go to build out a fully functional game. What makes this game unique? It's play to earn. It's provably fair and transparent. It's actually a game. Like, there's a gameplay mechanic. It's not just trading or breeding. And it's fast to play. So this isn't a 400-hour open world. It's a game you can play for a few minutes here and there when you've got time, and you don't have to be a hardcore gamer to get into this world. There's a low barrier to entry and low cost to play. So revenue model is it's pay to play. So 5 Matic to mint a character, 1 Matic for each life to keep playing. We can earn royalties from secondary market sales, sell our own NFTs, and then also get grants from other communities to bring their NFTs into the game. As far as the roadmap, we want to finish the map, have better graphics, scale difficulty based on XP, build out more maps, characters, items, new game mechanics, expand to mobile gaming, and then ultimately build more coin-op games. So that's Moloch Rises.
Great. Judges, do you have any questions?
Yeah. What's with the name? Where's the coordination? How does Moloch rise out of this?
Yeah, so so we're from Raid Guild, and we talk about Moloch all the time. And we're like, how can we have some tie over to kind of that world? And we didn't want to do the normal like fantasy medieval stuff. So we thought, okay, what if Moloch inhabits like a rogue, like an AI, and it goes rogue, and it's like in the future world, and you're battling these like Moloch bots. So we wanted to do something a little bit different than the standard. Any other questions? Tech, marketing, anything?
Great revenue model, great project, man. I think you can have success with this for sure.
Thanks. Yeah, we were really lucky at that. We were part of the live hackathon, and a few gaming funds and different funds came up to us. So we're definitely looking to raise money and turn this into a real business.
Sounds like fun.
Anything you want to share, Bruce? If no one has any other questions.
I still think gnomes would have been cool.
Yeah, well, I mean, Expedia would have been down to bring that advertising spend again. You know, maybe that was an option. Thank you guys so much for presenting, and it's a really cool project. And we're gonna move on to the next project. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone.
Okay, the last project in the gaming and metaverse track is the Vibes Space.
Hi guys, how are you doing?
Hello, Enrique.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're presenting, and your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you very much. So can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I will do a little presentation right now. So my project is the Vibes Space. The main idea of this project is to use many NFTs from different chains and bring all them together in a same game, a multiplayer game, which the main characteristic of this game is to not use a centralized server to allow the multiplayer game experience happen. So this is an off-chain multiplayer game because I am not sending transactions to the blockchain. I am only using the graph to get data from the connected wallet in the dApp to show the NFTs it has and allow it to use inside the game. The technologies used for this project were IPFS to host the dApp, IPFS PubSub to allow the chat messages between players, and also show movements and positions of players inside the game. The graph was used to get NFTs from the connected wallet and show it inside the dApp, so user could select it and use it inside the game. Phaser is used to create the game itself in the JavaScript code. And tiled map editor was used to create the map, and a very simple map that I created to have some fun here. So I will show the demo soon after this presentation finished. And I would like to bring some considerations to the community because this is a game because I have to bring the.
Oh, I think we're having some technical difficulties with Enrique.
It's okay. Luckily, he's just reading the slide. Hopefully, he can hit the next slide too.
To stop with it. Can you hear me?
Yes, we didn't hear you for the last about 15-20 seconds, but we could read the slide. So just take it from here.
Okay. So I stopped in the considerations I would like to bring to the community about this experiment I am doing. What are the possible issues with using this kind of communication to do this kind of multiplayer games? Because I do not know if you can run a JavaScript code inside these messages, things like that. How to allow the actual map to be changed by players, because I want to decentralize the game as much as possible. So I would like the community to start doing it by itself, and how to allow to users to create and use their own maps. Those are things I am start to thinking and would like to bring to the community to discuss about. I'd like to say thank you very much for being here to be able to present my project, and I also would like to show a demo if I have some time. Okay.
You do not have time. That is time right now, unfortunately.
Okay. Basically,
I'll give you a help. Just like use your demo as my question. Can you show me your demo?
Yeah, go ahead.
a guest player. This is just to have already connected to that in another tab here. And also in the other while this one is loading. I hope it is loading. Okay, it loaded. So basically, when you enter the game, you send a message, okay, using IPFS pub sub to the other player, know that you entered the game and show in the game your position in the map. Okay, when you start moving the player, you send another message with your velocity, okay, to the game be able to update this for the other player and show the player moving. And then when you stop, it sends another message just to show the position, the final position of the player. Okay, so when you start to moving, other player should be able to see that the player moved the position. If you send message, hi, the other player would also be able to see the message, okay? And now the NFT part. If you connected to the DApp, you with MetaMask or Frame or other wallet, you'll be able to see your NFTs. This part was done by just doing a query using the graph, okay?
All right. We'll have to go ahead and transition to the next team. We're at time. Thanks.
Nice. So I'll just wait the game loads here.
No, thanks, Enrique. Unfortunately, we're out of time, man. But it's a really cool project, and it looks like you did this all by yourself. It's
okay. They would load. Thank you very much, guys, for the opportunity. See. So yeah.
Thank you. The next team is Colorado Aware from Colorado's very own Colorado Jam. All right,
Hi.
guys, your time starts now. Go ahead.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we are Colorado Aware, and we are here to share an idea about how to get Colorado to move to renewables by 2040. So we know we have a climate crisis. I think everyone knows that. We see it every day. And we know we need new energy technology to transition to renewables. We're building this now, but we also need software infrastructure to support all of this, all of the physical devices that are going to be in our environment. And as this is a transition, we believe we need a change management approach for this large scale change. And so what we've come up with is Colorado Aware. It's going to be software infrastructure to support the transition to renewables by 2040. And so what this does is it's going to take Web3 components, build this over time in a really basic application so that we can change users' behaviors as we move to the increasingly decentralized energy environment that we're already seeing happen. This is wind, solar, EVs, all of these are endpoints on the grid that are creating this kind of decentralized environment. So how is this application going to work? So in times of overload on the grid today, you're not really able to talk to consumers, right? We just consume, we don't get to talk to grid operators. So in our application, we're going to pull an API service from the utilities, notify consumers that, hey, there's overload on the grid. We want to ask you to change your behavior. Can you consume a little bit less? And what did you turn off? This gathers some data, and then the API service that we built is able to be used by utilities to be pulled back and make better predictions on the grid. So where are the Web3 components? We're in Web3. So we actually think that we should build in Web3 components over time. A blockchain is a really big thing to sort of put on consumers that are not familiar with this, especially when you're trying to exist in an environment that is asking for kind of mass adoption of this. So what we're going to start with is just a DID. We're going to take the DID component, and we're going to make sure that we're encrypting your identity and your data as you're using it and talking to utility partners. We think this is a progressive security approach too. So we've built a way where we've built a couple different architectures of a DID now, where it works directly where you're taking and holding your private keys, but you don't even have to do this. We can still hold your private keys, and when the time is ready, again, take that kind of progressive security approach and give you your private keys as well. We also have an integration with the My Colorado ID as well, and you can sign in and give us a little bit more data there too, and identify yourself more.
Awesome.
So,
that is unfortunately time.
Is it okay?
So
I think I got through most. Yeah.
Yes, judges, do you have one question for Colorado Aware?
Yeah, I guess just around the privacy of the information as you're collecting it and working with Colorado ID, how much of that is stored on chain versus I guess within the Colorado databases?
So how much of the data is stored on chain versus Colorado databases?
Yeah, I guess just
That's the
around
question?
just sharing personal identification and making sure that it's not viewable when it's transacting on chain.
Yeah, totally. So you can add, a DID is gonna, just give you that address that's encrypted end to end, and you can add attributes into that. As far as we know about, that can also be encrypted kind of within that package of the DID. So you should still retain all of the same privacy of that DID, regardless of kind of what you're allowing into those attributes from the My Colorado app.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we had something I think similar in California, or Quebec or something like that, and I love that application and wish that we expanded. And so this is really cool to see, and hope you guys continue with it.
Thank you. Yeah, California also has a model we went off of too called Flex Alert, so we took a lot of inspiration from that. Yep.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Well, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing. Sounds like a great project.
Cool. Thank you.
All right. Moving on. The next submission, also from Colorado Jam, is the World Virtual Submission.
Hey folks, how's it going? It's great to see you judges again. Missing the real world ETHDenver for sure, but the virtual one is turning out to be pretty fun. So happy to be able to present this project again to you guys. So what we built here is a an NFT-based admission scheme with a really cool verification system built into it. So using the lit protocol, some IPFS, My Colorado ID, some Tableland, and some Polygon NFTs, we're empowering organizations to create decentralized membership while respecting both regulatory demands and everybody's privacy, right? So that's a big concern. So traditional systems, you know, they're very centralized, they're hard to maintain and implement, they're expensive. You got to use things like Google and Facebook to log in, or some sort of homegrown security model. These things are risky, a lot of collection of PIIs happening, and I think it's very leaky, and it's also difficult to regulate. So we're trying to handle this with 222 World by building a highly decentralized and transparent system. Puts all the client code through IPFS, uses NFTs and lit protocol to verify those NFTs, and then it does token storage on distributed ledgers. So it's very cheap to set it up. It's low cost to maintain and validate. It doesn't rely on Google and Facebook and stuff. We use account-based sign-on. And privacy exposure is now moved to basically the user choices. So basically, users buy their NFT, they visit our website, and then we generate a JWT using lit protocol that can be validated. And then you can add that. Once you've validated that membership, you can use My Colorado to poll the state and get a very select set of information about the user that you need. And then the venue can then record just that limited set of information with the validation token, time that the person came there, and you've got a really beautiful decentralized ticketing system that also respects people's privacy. So what we do is we generate, you buy an NFT, then we're able to create a QR code that is validatable. Then the venue can validate that validate that JWT, and then we can use My Colorado to grab some ID information. So basically you take an NFT plus with a JWT plus a My Colorado ID, and you get a secure admission token. And if you add secure admission token plus Tableland, you also get a privacy respecting regulatory system. So if you get a way to keep track of this. What's cool about the state, and this comes to your question to the previous project, the users can share which information they want through the My Colorado app, and venues can also reduce the amount of actual required information. So, this is the blunt force approach. I need the first name, last name, all license data and ID photo, and maybe their age, but I could just ask for, whether somebody's over 21 and not any of the other information. And then I can store that token together. We're extending this and realize that we could actually extend this to education. If you consider admission into an event, you could also admit into advanced content. And so we're really looking to take this project into the real world. We've built 420 Pro World, which will be a real world implementation of 222 World in the cannabis world. And we're also looking to build an interplanetary education system where we use this admission system to allow you to get to education content. So we think there's a lot of a real world application of this. Griff, I know you asked a question, what makes a NFT ticketing system novel these days? And I think the answer to that is lit protocol. So by having that JWT and being able to decentralizedly verify that somebody owns that NFT, that's really the magic glue to the futuristic ticketing system. So we're looking forward to playing with that. So that's 222 World in a nutshell, and we're really excited about rolling in the real world with it. Yep.
Fantastic. I don't know if that pre-answered Griff's question that he would have.
Yes, I have one. What's the difference from this project from the project that was submitted in the main hackathon in person?
So we really implemented lit protocol was where we took it from the real world. I kind of had heard about lit protocol in the real world hackathon and then went and implemented, and it turns out lit is extremely cool. Not only can we do this NFT validation, but it also gives us a model for encrypting data. So like I was saying, that's the education power thing. I can, encrypt some education content like a stream, and now if you own an NFT, you can attend my class. And so that's where we're really looking to go next with it.
I have to cut you off. Thank you for presenting, but we have to move on to the next team.
Thank you, judges. You guys are awesome. Cheers.
All right, next team is from Space in the New Frontier track, and they are Electric Keeper.
Hi, everybody.
Hey,
everyone.
Electric.
How
are you guys? Good.
Great. So can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we can. And
Yes,
your 3 minutes starts now. Go ahead.
Okay. So we're going to start with a demo first. So we have a question for you. What is your favorite color?
My favorite color is
Pink.
blue.
Purple. Let's do purple.
All right, pink first. Okay. So we're going to buy pink. So what we're doing right now is we're buying 1 minute worth of
I guess I can talk a
electricity.
little bit about the front end. It is built using React, where we utilize different Web3 libraries, like the Web3 React provider, to connect with different wallets, like Wallet Connect, MetaMask, and Coinbase. We also host the front end of Fleek and IPFS, as well as Skynet Labs, where you can access it through the CSGI portal.
Yeah, so we just bought some electricity too. Joanna was explaining the front end, but now we're going to jump to the presentation. So pay attention to the light. Something special is going to happen in a minute, roughly. So we're here to make a statement. Our statement is electric distribution has problems. So what do we mean by that? It wastes time, human error, identity theft. So our solution is a smart contract, a hybrid smart contract, which integrates Chainlink keepers to automate expiring LEDs or like units or apartments in theory. So our stack is we use Polygon Mumbai and we use Node.js to communicate with our Raspberry Pi 4. Here's the pinout for the Raspberry Pi 4. And here's the buy logic. So not only can you buy and turn an LED on, you can also renew it as well. So here's the logic for turning off the LED. So if an LED is on and the expiration time is met, then the LED will be turned off. So you could do this manually. But the way we did this flowchart is we actually kind of chopped it up so you could actually see how Chainlink keepers work. So off chain, this is happening. It's like seeing, did anything get turned off? And then if it does detect something, then just like that, did everybody just see that? The LED went off by itself, all automated by Chainlink keepers. So yeah, so off chain detected, and then on chain it'll go. So this is the emergency on off logic. So this is great because like if there is a situation where there's like danger, we could turn it off and also preserve the time left for that person that bought the LED last. It'll be re-added. So the way the hardware knows about all this is that it's basically using Web3.js and an Alchemy WebSocket Secure Mumbai connection. And we basically look through all the LED values continuously. And yeah, so we actually use Chainlink VRFV2, which actually came out during this hackathon for a 8-bit light show. So it was kind of like an entertainment thing. And for this project as well, we used a Chainlink API to get electric rate data on chain so that we actually have some relevance to what's actually happening in the real world. And we also use Chainlink price feeds. So we're using Polygon. So message.value is dictated by Matic. So we converted Matic in terms of a penny. And so we didn't have to approve with an ERC20 token, which wastes time and eats up gas. It's an extra transaction. So it's pretty accurate. I mean, this is almost a penny. So yeah, we also, as an experiment, we did some ZK research and we tried to like send a message with ZK sync, but we couldn't get that working because it's not Turing complete yet. So we just have an event counter for that.
And that is
fully tested it.
Time, unfortunately.
Okay.
Judges, do you have a quick question for Electric Keeper?
Can you go into a little bit deeper the like how you would use this for the like the main point of the project? I mean, clearly a lot of work went into the development and integration with hardware, but what's the like real like killer use case?
Well, let's go back to the start. So here's a real situation. So like people have to like commute to turn your meters on and off, right? That's very slow and it's not automated. And human error, here's a real story that happened to me. Like I was working from home and then my power got cut. And then I was like, what happened? I've been paying my bills automatically. I run downstairs, I find the person before they drive off, the utility person, and they're like, oh, I cut your power by accident. So using something like this to automate the expirations would work better. And identity theft. So my dad, actually, I mentioned this idea to my dad and he told me this actually happened with, he moved out and someone used his identity and he lost points on his credit score. So this is what this is trying to solve, just automation and just making life simpler.
Great. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. The next project is the first project in the DeFi segment, and it is IdentDeFi. Great puns, guys. You got your dad humor down pat.
How's it going?
Hey, everyone.
Awesome.
Some familiar faces. So we were at the in-person hackathon. We're excited to be presenting again for the virtual hackathon. So we are IdentDeFi, a zero-knowledge standard for on-chain compliance. So the problem currently is that there's really no uniform on-chain compliance standard for KYC, which makes it difficult for protocols, makes it difficult for users, and it makes it difficult for KYC providers. So protocols that do have KYC integration takes months to integrate, thousands of dollars. Protocols have to use centralized databases. Users have to expose their sensitive information on chain. And you're also forced to repetitively onboard with PII. So our solution is a decentralized and open standard for on-chain compliance that basically allows protocols to recognize compliant users without transferring any sensitive information to the protocol or bringing any of that on-chain. So users retain full on-chain anonymity as it's a zero-knowledge architecture, while DeFi protocols can be comfortable that they're fully compliant with AML, CFT regulations and KYC policies. And so we're basically using non-transferable NFTs as a data registry on-chain to memorialize a user's KYC status. So I'll let Paul, I know we're stuck on time here, so I'll let Paul maybe go through the architecture as well as like the user onboarding flow.
Yeah, sure. So the user flow is a user comes to the Identify platform. We're hooked up via a decentralized Oracle node to these regulated KYC providers like Cognito, Jumio, etc. So the user has like basically a direct connection to them. We're not in the way there at all. And then once the KYC provider comes back to the Oracle node with a successful KYC status, then upon success, we mint them an NFT in our contract. And they can use that with other protocols. And from the protocol standpoint, this alleviates them having to build their own like KYC onboarding with Jumio specifically. And it also allows users that are, you know, KYC'd already with this NFT to actively participate just seamlessly with these other protocols that are already connected. So basically, on the other hand, we have like regulatory institutions, you know, in case of a bad actor, there needs the ability to unlock that wallet and view more PII. So protocols don't have a clue who this person is. They just know their KYC. That's the whole zero knowledge aspect of it. But we plan on turning this into a DAO where eventually the protocols that use us or players in our ecosystem can vote upon, you know, request of a wallet to be unlocked. And that way you can have that two-way flow to regulators so we can get regulatory adoption in DeFi.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean that's pretty much it.
Great. That's it on time as well.
Yep.
Sorry. Judges, do we have any questions for Identify?
You didn't get to show off what you built, really. Do you have any demos or any like website that we can look at or anything like that?
Yep. Yes, we have a demo. We also have a website. It is called identify.co. We have a white paper out as well. We're currently looking for, can you guys still see my screen? The demo's moving right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, so a user would come to our platform, connect their wallet, KYC with one of our API providers. Currently, this is with Plaid. And then basically we get back this zero knowledge user token that we then mint an NFT, which the user then takes to different protocols, and protocols then reference our standard to execute compliance checks on their user. It's fully native to the blockchain, so we're using a modifier on functions, which is different than current KYC implementations. So here you can see basically it's waiting to mint the NFT, and then once that's done, that user can go trade anywhere without having to onboard again or move any sensitive information on or off chain, really.
Yeah, and we've been putting a lot of time into our white paper and our website. So those are up on our hackathon link, identify.co and /whitepaper.pdf for the white paper. So we're looking to meet with protocols and get some more insight on what the protocol would expect out of our standard. So
thank you. Thank you so much. We are going to move to the next project in the DeFi category, which is Dust Sweeper. Hey, Corbin, David.
Hey, everyone. It's good to see you guys again. So our ETHDenver virtual hackathon submission is Dust Sweeper. I'm David. We're also Corbin, Mike, and Rory. Dust Sweeper started as a proof of concept for the ETHDenver in-person hackathon and has since moved into a working protocol thanks to the support and the bounties from the ETHDenver community. Dust Sweeper allows Ethereum wallets with low amounts of tokens, also called Dust tokens, to receive Ether with only an approved transaction that costs much less than a transaction on a DEX like Uniswap or SushiSwap, where the transaction costs often costs more than the value of the tokens. So to do this, we created a two-sided market with what we call makers and takers. Makers create orders on our exchange with only an approved transaction. And this is done through our user interface, which we used Covalent API to fetch all of a wallet's ERC20 tokens. Upon approval, makers' orders get added to our open orders API, which is then consumed by what we call taker bots. So for the taker side of the market, we approach the Flashbots community, which has been creating an automated means of sweeping up the tokens and paying out makers while earning a fee on every sweep. Makers are paid out using chain link price circles for each of their particular tokens, minus the taker fee and a small protocol fee. The Flashbots community continues to impress us with faster and more efficient ways of paying out makers that will also allow us to decrease our fees over time, leading to greater efficiency in our protocol. So since ETHDenver, the Dust Sweeper DEX was deployed live on mainnet and has transacted more than 11.5 Ether worth of Dust tokens during our beta testing period. We've had over 130 unique makers, many of whom have done many transactions each. So we encourage anyone who wants to get rid of Dust tokens or receive fees for facilitating Dust Sweeper orders to visit our website at dustsweeper.xyz and also join our Twitter at DustSweeperDAO and also our Discord communities. And there we collaborate on things like doing analytics dashboards, which have all of our project's data. And we also have forums for people to discuss new features and give feedback. So our team, in closing, our team is very thankful to the ETHDenver community and Dora Hacks for all the enthusiasm we've had surrounding our project, and we look forward to iterating on future versions of our project with the community's involvement. So with that, I'll let Corbin take some questions.
Awesome, great on time. Judges, do you have any questions?
Yeah, just a clarifying question. Did you run into any issues where I guess the cost to do the dust sweeping was more than the actual dust that was there?
Yeah, that's certainly an interesting one. Thanks for the question, Christine. So basically, the way it's set up is, to do a transaction on Dust Sweeper, you get your dust up. It's just the cost of an approval transaction. You're going to go to any DEX, Uniswap or anything else, you're always going to have to pay this. So this is almost like a baseline fee of ever having somebody transfer your tokens. So that's actually, with gas prices recently, has gotten down to like $4, $5. So that's kind of the basic amount. So you can imagine even dust down to $10, even like, $8, it still makes sense to kind of go through with this type of thing. We do have what's called micro dust, which is like, $2 sitting in a wallet, which is never going to be technically profitable to sweep. Although we still have had like enthusiastic users that want to use the app, want to get maybe future airdrop incentives or something like that. So people have even put through micro dust, even though it's technically not profitable. If there's not a taker bot that's going to sweep that particular order, we as the protocol will sweep it once a week.
Awesome. No, still a really cool project. So thanks for sharing and thanks for the answer.
Great. Thank you guys so much. Next project in the DeFi category is Jinya NFT Fi.
So unfortunately, we just lost him. I think he had to restart his browser. So we'll just give him one quick second just to hop back in. So maybe talk amongst yourselves.
It was
I guess.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
How you doing, Caleb?
Problems. I'm doing good.
You have your presentation up? All right. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. Hi, I'm Caleb from Gina team, presenting Gina NFT Fi project. Gina DApp collateralizes your NFTs without moving it from your wallet. This means you can borrow on your NFT while it's still in your wallet, a pure non-custodial platform. Pure non-custodial means there is no transaction of assets except for liquidation, and the smart contract only holds state of loan and liquidity. It doesn't hold NFTs nor operate with liquidity pool. It only updates the appropriate loan status. As someone who is collateralizing their NFT, you will borrow at 0% interest rate in Gina, and your collateral NFT will be locked in your wallet until you pay the full loan amount collateral. Use cases, for example, if you own a land in Metaverse, you can borrow using it as collateral and still continue using it inside the Metaverse. It remains inside your account, thus it's still your NFT. Since there is no transaction of NFTs while borrowing, KYC assets like tokenized real estate and stocks can now get liquidity from the non-KYC users. Liquidity providers are in charge of which assets get loan. As a liquidity provider, until someone does borrow your assets, you hold your promised liquidity in your own wallet. Thus, you can move your stablecoin asset anywhere you want to at any time. And when someone borrows your stablecoin asset, you get an IOU plus a 3% instant fee. Future roadmap of our project is going multi-chain using the new release of Algorand state proof. There is no need for centralized bridge, so EVM NFTs can use Gina as is. We plan on, pardon me, we plan on integrating this feature in Gina, and our second priority is integrating reality NFTs to function with borrowable NFTs. Currently, reality NFTs can't be used as collateral, but with NFT owning NFT, this will be possible. We have time for questions. If you have any, you're welcome. And this is our front end.
How your project can be profitable?
Okay, we issue an NFT for investors that invest in starting our project.
Okay. Is that do you have any other questions? No? Fantastic. Caleb, thank you for presenting. So our next project up is Violin, also in the DeFi track. How you doing, Eric? How you doing, Will?
Hey, guys.
Thank you.
Good. Your 3 minutes starts now. Take it away.
Hey, everybody. We're from Violin, and we're creating sustainable liquidity management and providing market maker strategies to the average user in a way that they don't need to be expertise. The ecosystem of Ethereum is expanding rapidly with DeFi protocols. And thanks to our designer, Dwayne, we got this nice orb showing that beautiful expansion. During ETHDenver, prior to ETHDenver, we had a vault solution that would auto rebalance a strategy to make money using automated market making on Uniswap, and also share those fees between our users that deposited into our vaults. During ETHDenver, we focused on implementing Aave flash loans to mitigate risk using shorts against our exposure of our strategy, and then also Squeeth to mitigate impermanent loss risk of market making. There's a lot of complexity with Aave because Aave and Squeeth aren't on any test networks. So Eric actually deployed Squeeth onto Rinkeby so we could do this demo. There's other complexities like Aave has their own wrapped ETH and their own USDC. So we had to unbridge and rebridge or unwrap and rewrap wrapped ETH, and also create our own Uniswap pools using Aave's tokens in order to do this demonstration. Here's the risk of what you would see if you market made on Uniswap, the impermanent loss, and the risk that we've created by hedging with Squeeth. And we also, in our homepage for this hackathon, linked the spreadsheet that uses the Graph API to pull real-time data. And yeah, can you share Eric's screen now? Because I think he's going to try to show that if we can. And Yeah, so we use the graph to pull pricing from Uniswap, the norm factor for Squeeth, so we understand the funding, and Aave interest rates, and put all that together and show those risk models that we've created. That's this spreadsheet if anyone wants to see it. And here's the auto magically update that's going to run and pull that data. So we just updated that data into our sheet to show the risk model and the different factors that are going into the strategy. And now I'm going to turn over to Eric to do a demo.
Okay, this is our website. That's the graphics that we created for our product in this hackathon. This is the internal. That's with the really good features that we implemented. I'm just gonna do a quick rebalance just to show that's how the transaction works. So while it's taking it's taking time on the Ringby. These are the contract address that we have to deploy by ourselves on the Ringby. That's the Aave protocol that we're using for the flash loan and to hedge out the positions. So we got the transactions running a little bit delayed.
While we're waiting for that contract to update, maybe we could turn it over to questions, and he'll show that as we're answering a question.
It's a great idea, judges. Got any questions?
Who's your dream user for this? Like, how would you, as the creators, like, who do you want to use this the most, or is it for everyone, or do you have any target first users?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think there's a lot of people that don't understand the math in order to do the stuff, do these strategies correctly. So we want everyone to be able to have access to this without having the depth of understanding. So the user is anyone who wants to make money on Ethereum, but doesn't quite have the expertise.
I just wanted to add it up. It's probably good for also good for smaller investors who want to invest into crypto. Because we can share the gas fees within the vault. Everybody with the whales, either the whales or smaller, even 1,000 USDCs in there, everybody can all like invest into that, and the fee is going to spread it to everybody, and based on the ratio of their shares.
Great. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Next up is Huma Finance, which is the last project in the DeFi category.
Ready? Can you hear us?
We can hear you. We can see you. You're on, and your time starts now. Take it away.
GM, ETHDenver, welcome to Huma Finance, the first peer-powered income financing protocol. With Huma Finance, Web3 contributors can generate yield from their income every second they earn, while others borrow against their future income with no collateral at all. For a long time, DeFi promised to take over traditional finance, yet it prioritized the few speculators and whales to create more leverage for them, and neglected the 99% as well as their needs. With the popularity of DAOs ever increasing, we are seeing the rapid growth of Web3 contributors, the real heroes. But what happens when you get paid in crypto? Where do you go for your simple financial needs? Huma Finance to the rescue. With our yield product, you can generate yield every second from your Web3 income thanks to the magic powered by our Superfluid integration. This money goes into the community pool, and anyone, you or other Web3 contributors, can borrow from this pool against their future income with no collateral. With our automated payback streams, you don't need to worry about missing payments. Every time you pay back, your ability to borrow increases. Thanks to platforms like Superfluid, Request Network, Gnosis, more and more recurring payments made by DAOs are on-chain, and this info can be utilized to create powerful, trustless services. We see this today in traditional finance, where the majority of under-collateralized personal or business financing are based on income and account receivables. Now, G is going to walk us through our demo.
Can you talk through what's happening?
Oh, G, we're not able to hear you. Is G muted?
No.
All right. So what G is showing you here is basically, as long as you're getting paid by someone, here the example is actually someone getting paid by Opolis, you can see your income as we detect as a stream. And you can actually supply some of that income, if you have some spare income, to generate yield every second, and you can see the yield that you generate. And others can actually borrow from this pool, and you can see that we create an auto payback stream immediately on the fly. And you're able to watch these streams with Chainlink keepers to make sure they're getting paid back on time. And with that, I'm gonna share what's next for our platform. We're going to support more types of on-chain payments to further generalize the protocol. We will be improving the risk management both at stream and portfolio level. We are designing our token system and we'll have a fair token launch. And obviously, most important of all, we will continue to serve the 99%. Thank you, organizers. Thank you, ETHDenver. Thank you, judges. Thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Do we have any questions for Human Finance? No? Awesome.
I always have a question.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I will refuse to let someone go without a question. Streaming yield is pretty cool. Are there any apps that you feel like you could actually integrate with first, like that actually exists? Do you have some first users?
Yes. So obviously, because majority of the superfluid use cases are actually people getting paid, and most of them are actually getting paid through, either directly through Gnosis Safe, and they're about to also launch an integration with the Request Network. We're talking to all of those to basically integrate into that kind of intermediary, so that people can start borrowing. We are already paying ourselves in XDAI streams and utilizing our own protocol to test it out. But obviously, we're looking for more real world use cases.
I mean, especially on the yield side, is there anything that you could actually stream to?
Oh, that's a great idea, actually. That's something we should look into. We kind of focus more on the borrowing side because there's more complexity with the risk management and everything, and trying to understand more streams through more chains. But we'll look into that. I think that's a great idea.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break. And then when we get back, we will move on to the next track category, which is DAOs and communities. Thank you.
Wow. Look at that timer. Commercial break.
Right?
Happy.
Awesome.
Is that you, Jonathan?
That's me. You can go ahead and disable your video if you want to step off stage for a minute.
Sweet.
All right. Hey, Soul, how are you? There's Trevor.
Hey. How are we doing? We are back. Waiting for the rest of our judges to get in. All right. I think we're missing one more, but we can proceed. So the next project to present, there she is, Ruby and Sham from AdFund, from the DAOs and community track. Both of you are muted right now. Yeah, okay.
Shall I start, Trevor?
Yes, you can start. The time starts now.
Hello, judges. This is Ruby from AdFund project. We are building a very simple application for VC venture capitalist, basically, to raise fund for their fund. Yes, you heard it correctly, for VCs. Really, just for a change, because we often hear about startups, unicorns, and complain about that VCs are not investing in them. But there is a great problem. If you see on the micro level, the VCs are facing raising funds, right? They have a certain ticket size, certain fund size. And what happens is that certain elite groups or IV groups or the people who are an entrepreneur or with network, they're only able to reach out to the LPs. By LPs, I mean the limited partners. So traditionally and currently, how it has been happening that VCs raise fund through the endowments or through the institutions or through other investors, could be banks and other organizations. We are screwing that. We are just changing that. AdFund is changing it. We are providing a platform where VCs can come and register on our platform and raise funds from the community. So it's a connection between communication, community, and creativity. That's what we are building. Yeah. So moving on to my next slide. As I said, we are just changing the traditional VCs by using Web3 tools. We are making it decentralized. So funds register the opportunities on our platform and they provide the basic details. So right now, I'll take you directly to the how we have built it. This is the UI. Here we register the funds. They connect through their wallet. They register the details. And this is the very basic, like address, website, fund size. We are going to add much more to it, like tokens and other asset classes, right? And here they have a particular dashboard dedicated to their fund where they can list out the opportunities. On the other side, if you see the LPs or the communities which we are calling, they would see these funds and they would register or they would, invest in them. So what is the problem which we are solving for LPs? VCs, we say, I explained it to you, but LPs, if you see the 2 and 20% math still works. We are changing that 2 and 20% math, 2% management fees and 20% from the realization from the profit they make from the funds. So from the funds, yes, or from the startups. So what we are doing is LPs have only one chance to get. If the company is profitable, they will earn. But if the company is not profitable, they are screwed up. They're doomed. They're at loss. So this platform provides an opportunity for LPs as well. They have different kind of models, where asset classes where they can invest, NFTs, and different kind of, which we are going to add, the different tokens, which I'm saying. So it could be, we are rewarding them, incentivizing them in different modes and modules.
Awesome.
So,
we are currently at time. So if any judges have any questions.
Sure. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
I guess my main question is, like, have you looked at how Metacartel Ventures or LexDAO work, and what problems do you solve that they're not solving?
Yes, correct. So there are many such competition which we are having. There is also called syndicate.io. There are other platforms, Apple Juice, which is into arts and crafts. There are competitors. Yes, but we are just taking a baby steps in Web3. And we are one of them. Our vision, our strategy, and our sectors are different. We are first going with our use case for venture capital, right? And slowly we will be onboarding different syndicates and different clubs on our platform. So yes, we are in the same, there's a competition. It's worrisome, yes, but we are in this boat and we have started this Web3 journey. So yes, hoping to you all to join and help us build this fantastic, product.
Great. Thank you guys so much for presenting. Our next project in the Communities and DAOs group is DoerDAO. How you doing, Bo? Bo, you still muted?
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, I'm Bo from DoerDAO, and today we're going to talk about meta governance, the anti-capture framework, and the liquid hierarchy proposal model, which is what we are presenting for this hackathon. If you want a little bit more about meta governance, specifically as opposed to the governance meta, then you can take a look at the Dora Hacks YouTube channel, where I presented in a lot more detail on the subject. But instead, 3 minutes is like not that much time, so I'm going to jump straight into what we built. It was inspired by Spencer Graham's article Anti-Capture, where he outlines the 3 principal objects that exist within DAOs: agents, shared resources or treasury, and actions. And agents take action over shared resources in order to deploy them. Now, actions are themselves divided into 4 phases. You propose actions that themselves might help the larger level action. You decide which of those actions should move forward into an executive phase. You assign managerial authority to those sub actions, and then you evaluate whether or not those actions were executed according to the will of the more deliberative and legislative process. So you can think of this in a US constitutional model, like the legislative, executive, and judicial branch, which exist as a check and balance on one another. So what is the stack that we use to build this? The beginning of it is a DAO factory that is the Moloch V2 framework that we forked and replaced with an action-based decision-making model. We use an action factory for this, which is itself a smart contract state machine, which allows us to assign managerial authority to these actions and then spawn sub-actions through recursive calls to the action factory, which ends up instantiating itself in the form of a liquid hierarchy, which is what we built. So a top-level manager will propose an action that will go through a proposal phase. New actions will spawn from that. You'll give new managerial authority or the same managerial authority to those sub-actions. And this process will keep on going down until you reach an action that has no sub-actions. And that can exist as a bounty, either assigned to someone within the DAO or as an unassigned bounty that can exist in an open ecosystem. So you can see we have a pretty simple front end right now that's integrated with a lot of wallet apps, including Tally. Shouts out to Tally for giving us money. You can create a simple DAO, and you can explore some of the actions that have been created and instantiated in our testnet. So the obvious question, I guess, is how do we monetize? And I mean, your guess is as good as mine, buddy. I think that we could be integrated pretty well with project management tools, but I also think that we are a public good. So that's going to be what we're going to pursue in the very near future, is things like Gitcoin grants, Claros grants. And we don't see ourselves as a competitor with other meta governance frameworks. We see ourselves as a collaborator because we need meta governance. We need to iterate over the idea of decision-making and shared decision-making, especially over shared resources, because the world's on fire and we're fucked. And if we don't make better decisions, then we may just stop existing as a species. So where do we go from here? You can take a look at our roadmap, which theoretically ends around February 2023. Hopefully, we're going to have a 1.0 launch ready for ETHDenver. And then, if you want to get involved, you can join our Discord by scanning this QR code, or you can follow our YouTube channel, where we're going to be very publicly beta testing all these ideas. I'm Bo. Thanks again. I'm open to questions. Although I can't hear anyone in the stream.
Okay, that's not good.
I don't know what.
Mark, can you hear?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate the candor, especially when it comes to the funding. That was great. Judges, do we have any questions?
I honestly, it's a really interesting framework, and I don't think I fully grokked it. So could you just go? It's really complicated. Like, can you go through this action proposal step? Like, what's the user experience? Alice proposes, some other group executes. Can you just do that?
So specifically, like I said, the first place where we're going to beta test it is a YouTube channel that I run, which was sort of the genesis of the idea. So what I could do is, as a shareholder within the DAO, I could propose an action to say, create a series on how to learn Solidity. And then we would go into, I would be the top level manager. I would move it into a proposal phase. That proposal phase, people would be able to say things like, okay, create a video going through crypto zombies, create a video on CS courses that, or like a CS skills that maybe you didn't take a CS course or whatever, open source like places to learn. And then those would be videos, right? Those we would give managerial authority to someone within, there. And then that would subdivide into 5 individual jobs, which would be like research, write, shoot, edit, and post, right? And each of those, because they have no sub actions, could exist as bounties, either to be assigned to someone within the DAO, a guild maybe of editors, or to be unassigned and exist as an open bounty in the ecosystem.
Great. Thank you guys so much. I do have to transition to the next team, but thank you for presenting. Awesome. The next project is Zico, and they are also in the DAO and communities track.
Yeah. Hi guys. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. I'll start presenting. So basically, Zico is a library that contains the tools, the zero-knowledge proof circuits, and the smart contracts needed to run a zero-knowledge-based NFT airdrop. So basically, the starting point today is that most, if not all, the NFT airdrop happens in a not privacy-preserving way. Like you see many times DAOs or NFT artists using this Google Forms or Airtable to run the airdrop, or even worse, they ask user to share their address publicly on Twitter. And yeah, of course, like from that, everyone can basically associate a Twitter handle to an Ethereum address, which is not good for privacy. With Zico, this doesn't happen. Zico preserves the privacy of user. And how it works, basically a user, which now I can call it a frog, locally generates 2 values that have to be kept private and are called a nullifier and a secret, which are basically just random 31 bytes. The frog hashes the nullifier and the secret together to generate a commitment, which is a public value. And this commitment can be publicly shared on any public channel. So for example, now the frog, rather than their address, can share this commitment on Twitter. And what happened next? The DAO, or the NFT issuer more in general, assembles a Merkle tree with all the commitments coming from whoever wants to get part of the airdrop. And you can see here, this commitment is the one that the frog shared on Twitter. The NFT issuer then deploys 3 contracts, which are basically, you can see it here, is an NFT contract, which is basically a standard one, can be also an already existing one. The private airdrop contract, which is the one who manages the airdrop. And the most important thing here is the verify proof function, which basically takes this proof that we'll see later as input. And the verify proof function is called on this Merk verifier contract, which is automatically generated by using Circom. And let's see what happens next. The frog is basically able to locally generate the zero-knowledge proof, starting from his or her 2 private values, the nullifier and the secret. And this is the proof. And what's the point of the proof? This proof is able to tell that the frog knows a nullifier and a secret that corresponds to a commitment included in the Merkle tree without revealing any information about the nullifier and the secret. So basically, the last step is that this address calls the collect airdrop function on the private airdrop contract, passing the proof as input. The contract is able to verify the proof, and if the proof is valid, this address gets the NFT airdropped. But the cool thing is that now no one knows which commitment corresponds to this address that redeemed the NFT. So basically, there's no association whatsoever from the frog that shared the commitment on Twitter and the address that collected the NFT. So privacy is safe. I'm just wanted to run the test just to show you that it actually works, hopefully.
Okay, well we are at time, unfortunately.
Yeah. Just last thing, shout out to my teammates Matthew Love and Joshua September. And this is my Twitter handle. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much, guys.
Great. Judges, do we have a question for Zico?
I think just to comment, this is super rad. I would absolutely use this. I would have loved to see the test run, but I guess we ran out of time. So yeah.
Yeah, but you can. I'll if you go to the GitHub, you just look up for Zico and you see all the scripts and the tests. So hopefully, it's gonna be easy to run it by yourself. I hope so.
All right, I'll check it out. Thank you.
Amazing project. Congrats.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you for presenting. All right, the next project is Tavern Keeper, and they are the last project in the DAO and community track.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see you. Your time starts now.
All right. I am John Valjean with Team Tavern Keeper. We're super excited to have been able to build this. We're all brand new to Web3, and Web3 is a game, but it's a hard game right now. And so what we wanted to do was build what we could to the thing that we wanted when we were coming into these DAOs and these communities. Right now, when you come into a DAO, you've got a bunch of channels, you've got a bunch of copy. And so what we thought would be cool is to have a game where there is an NPC that helps you along the way. So what we've done is created a platform to build rich interactions within Discord, and there can be multiple paths, custom emojis, custom artwork, depending on the culture of the Discord community. So what happens now is we are minting a community profile NFT on the Polygon Mumbai network. We can also do it on Harmony. And we can do anything anything you can do with Discord server management, we can do with our bot, with our pre-made functions. And so right now I've given myself a shiny JVJ tag, so we can kind of gamify it, make it fun, and have the user kind of just go through slowly, have their hand held, rather than getting a fire hose of information. So right now we're seeing some interactive documentation with our interaction builder. We can build quizzes really easy. This is a quiz. I have passed the quiz, and now what's going to happen is I'm updating the attributes and the metadata on my community profile NFT. So, and we're going to take a look at those. And so what we can do now is, based on the fact that I just completed my first quest, we can update my NFT and grant my user new roles. So my roles have just been updated to Paladin and Wizard. This interaction was built out for Raid Guild, but we could build it out for anyone. So we've minted the NFT, and we're just going to take a look at it over on OpenSea. We've got my Discord user handle right here, and then we've got my custom artwork, my properties. I picked a Wizard and a Paladin. Those are Raid Guild smart contract backend developers. And then what's really cool, and we've got great feedback on, is that the community managers can actually build out these attribute levels based on what they want the community to do, right? So community managers can drive engagement, and they can communicate to the community what is like a good way to contribute to the community. We built out just a little demo here. You could do one for ETHDenver with custom artwork, and then you could have these people go around ETHDenver either virtually or in person, and we could create mechanisms to update their NFTs on Easter eggs found, submitting hackathons. You could find and pet Buffy. You could you could attend presentations, and you could complete quests. So this is what we're working on. We're super excited. Thanks a lot for ETHDenver for putting this on, and thanks for my teammates who made this all possible.
Awesome. Do we have any questions from our judges?
I really love this project. Congrats.
Thank you.
What's your monetization strategy? Are you going to turn this into a product and do DAO DAO funding requests, or are you going to make this so that people can auto do these things themselves, or what's your strategy?
I don't know. So we've thought about our first strategy is we're going to build this out for Raid Guild, right? And then we have a couple DAOs we're going to build it out. And as we build out their interactions and what they want, we're going to just get so much feedback, and we're going to try and actually build a platform so that people can come in and spin it up, add these interactions into a DB. They're all made on like a JSON config file, and all the, adding an attribute, minting an NFT, adding a role is all like pre-made and abstracted out. And then we're going to charge for it. I don't know if we're going to do it through the smart contracts or if we're going to kind of make it like a protocol and make an app layer that's like a premium feature. So
great. Thank you guys so much.
Awesome. Thank you. All
right, we're moving into the last category, the last track, which is NFTs. The first one up is AMHO.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, we can hear you, we can see you, and your time starts now.
Great. Can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Cool. Yeah. So hi, everybody. I'm Nan from AMHO. We're a digital fashion NFT marketplace that aims to connect physical items to the digital NFT twin. And the inspiration from this is essentially Unisocks, where it was pretty much a project created by the Uniswap team to have a token and then burn that token for a cotton sock. Problem with having a cotton sock is I don't feel like it's high quality enough for the money that you're paying for it. Another inspiration is from the Fabricant, which is a digital fashion house that creates digital NFTs as AR wearables. But the problem with this fashion house is they don't actually create their actual wearables. So this is kind of like an attempt to kind of combine the two, make luxury products and also make like an AR digital twin equivalent of an NFT. And also some more inspiration was Vitalik Soulbound NFT post. And after reading that post, I got validation to kind of continue making this. I wish for the purposes of this, I could show my demo, but it's a bit long. So for the purpose of this, I'm just going to show slides to present all the state changes that occur within our application. So these are the system actors in our system. You have the creator and the factory that are essentially making the physical product and also minting that NFT. You have the seller. In this case, it's going to be the creator or factory. You have the buyer who's buying the good. And then you have an Oracle mechanism that ensures that any bad actors that decide to sell the physical product or the digital NFT continue to be tethered with each other. If they sell it on a third-party marketplace, the Oracle market has untethered and it wouldn't be able to use in our system. And how I kind of see this is the physical product with the QR code is essentially going to be like a lock. And I kind of see the NFT as like a key. If you don't have one or the other, or you decide to sell one or the other on a third-party marketplace, then you wouldn't be able to unlock the value in our ecosystem. So it's really about building that vertical value network in our DApp marketplace and building that game theory to incentivize all parties to use our system. So what we essentially built is a creator experience to create a QR code for the items that they make, an NFT tethering mechanism, on-chain ownership validation of tethering, and an Oracle mechanism to mark bad actors. So this entire system actually starts from the seller to mint the item. So the seller mints the item, and when it mints the item, it uploads that item video or whatever asset type it is to IPFS. It then pulls down, once it's uploaded to IPFS and you click mint, it then asks the Chainlink VRF to give you like a secret code. So we can use that secret code to make a QR code. So after it pulls down a random number from the Chainlink VRF, it utilizes lit and ceramic protocol to essentially store that encrypted stream onto the QR code. And only using lit protocol, only the seller and buyer is able to decrypt that ceramic stream to use that secret code to unlock the smart contract functions into our application. And then as it gets down to the buyer will essentially buy that item from the marketplace. And then our smart contract will mark that this address bought it from the marketplace. They can decrypt that secret code. So, once the buyer buys, yep.
We are unfortunately over time or at time. Do we have any questions from our judges?
My question is, finish really quick.
Yeah, so the buyer sees the item, the seller actually sees the QR code to initialize the shipment. They click on that QR code, they scan it using MetaMask Mobile, and then what happens after that is the factory makes the item to order. So once they scan that item, it says like, hey, we're ready, the item is made. They ship it to the buyer, and for the buyer to actually say that they received it, they scan that QR code again on that physical item, and then that escrow contract actually releases the funds and releases the NFTs from the escrow to the right parties. So this incentivizes both parties to get the item to the end user. That's it.
So just really quick, QR code kind of tag is connected to every physical item?
Yes, it's going to be like laser printed. Like we make leather goods, so it's going to be laser printed on all leather goods. And then like that QR code is going to be like that barrier between, who can decrypt the code and who can't decrypt the code.
Amazing product. Well done, man.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you for presenting. So the next project in the NFT track is ZK NFT.
Hi, everyone.
Hello, hello.
Hope everyone's doing well. We have a super cool project, super easy. All we do is prove you own an NFT anonymously. That's it. Why is it important? Well, when you can prove you own an NFT anonymously, you can vote for a DAO anonymously or enter a buffer coin party. If any of you guys were at ETHDenver at any point, you saw that there was a trend in parties where you have to prove you own an NFT. But it was kind of messy how you did it. You had to prove it, and then they sent you a QR code, which then you show a QR code to the bouncer, and it's kind of a mess. Our inspiration came from Collabland. Collabland is this like really, really cool project. They had a vulnerability where when you proved you own an NFT, you interacted with your private wallet directly with Discord. And so a bunch of people got hacked. So all we do is we add a layer of security of anonymous between it. So super easy. We built it with Vue. We have a Discord bot. And let's just jump into the demo. First thing is you connect a wallet. Two things are created. The first thing is the identity commit and your wallet address. The next step is you go ahead and stake your NFT. What's happening in the background is that you're interacting with our smart contract. We take your NFT into escrow. And what's happening is the contract's adding you to a whitelist. After this, at any point, you can just stop, walk away, and then whenever you need to prove you need something, you can come back and click Create Proof. Now, proof is really easy. It is just a giant string. Ta-da! That's your proof. This is going to be, you can think of it as your one-time password, kind of like it's your temporary private key. You can think of it. And this is only one time you use it, you copy it, and I'm going to demo how you would use this to prove you own an NFT. So now we're going to switch over to Discord. Here's one possibility. I'm going to take you into a private Discord, one that I own, and I'm going to ask the bot to DM me. And the purpose of this is I'm trying to get into this like super secret channel. I asked the bot to DM me. The ZK NFT bot pops up and says, hey, verify yourself by running this command. So I'm going to ask it to verify me. I'm going to paste the string that we just copied earlier. And ta-da, I've been verified, GM. When I go back to my server, I would have access to this super secret channel because now I'm a verified user. This is a really basic implementation, just like one way you can use ZK NFT. We can also turn it into an API. But yeah, it's super cool.
Great. Do we have any questions from our judges?
Amazing. So you use Semaphore for the ZK implementation? Or, yeah. Okay. Cool. And do you have to pay gas to for that one first-time thing to verify you have this NFT?
Not at the moment. We've got it, deployed on a test net.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So,
your word, yes.
It's all written in Solidity, so we can launch it on any EVM compatible blockchain. Polygon has a huge interest in ZK projects. We particularly really like Harmony. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. I think it would be cool. One of those things that we can now choose what chain we want to be on.
Makes perfect sense. Well done. Beautiful modular product.
Oh, thank you.
Congrats.
Great. Thank you very much for presenting. Our next project in the NFT track is super cool trait tags.
Awesome. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can, and we can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you.
So Supercool is a protocol and no-code engine for people to create the NFTs that inhabit user-generated worlds, and for game developers to interoperate those assets and creations across Web3 games. So here's how it works. You can combine TradeBag with pixel art to create stuff, which is just digital element that you can take to different Web3 games. So let's jump right into the demo. So you can go to our app.supercool.xyz. This is all live. You can create whatever you want. You can just draw here. You can load. You can load something and save. So I created this before, or you can kind of use templates. So this is like a Buffycorn template that you can just use to create your drawings. But once you're satisfied with your drawing, you can give it a name. Let's call it Buffy, and you can mint it. You can either mint it using Matic or MintPass. So this is how our MintPass looks like. But once you mint it, you will be able to share or like trade it in marketplaces. But this is how things look like that have been minted. So people have been kind of minting throughout the hack. We had 683 drawings already. These are some of them. This is in OpenSea. This is all live. It's all stored on chain. You can also see it in our website, things that people have been drawing. And so once you have kind of that drawing, you can give it traits. So we can kind of create a hero right now. This is on testnet, the trait bag, and so this is hero. We can give it traits. So let's go here. Maybe let's see, has acquired a taste for a strong drink. So these are kind of my trait bags: honorable assassin, hunted by the world's greatest sword fighter, honor bound to avenge my brother, and has acquired the taste for strong drink. If I'm satisfied with this trait bag, I can come here and mint it. This is on testnet. So this is kind of the testnet OpenSea thing that you can look at. There's one more thing I want to show you, which is the Supercool social engagement engine. So when you create your drawing, your on-chain drawing, you're prompted to share it on Twitter. If you do, the social engagement engine extracts the engagement from that tweet and rewards your drawing proportional to how much engagement you're getting. So that includes the engagement I'm talking about is, comments, retweets, likes, things like that. So it extracts all that information, then populates a leaderboard to gamify the creation process. So this is live. This is the leaderboard people have been drawing. You can see here the first place Cutie. She has 5 comments, 129 retweets, and 166 likes on her drawing that she shared on Twitter, and she was rewarded with 1,481 SST. And the list goes on and on and on. You can check out this leaderboard in our app, in our website. And that's it for the demo.
Perfect timing. I was going to ask if we have questions, but he's out.
Well, I love the name. It was super cool.
Thank you.
I guess if no one has a question, so I saw you created a token for people. Is there a DAO strategy?
Well, the DAO maybe a slow start to DAO. We're centralized because we want to go very fast right now. But eventually, I think we'll have kind of governance tokens and the DAO strategy. The token that we use was just as an engagement mechanism, as a pointing system. So people will be able to use that token to have some utility in the platform. Like erasing certain drawings, voting for certain trait bags, things like that. But DAO is kind of farther away into the future.
Great answer and great project, man. That's super cool for sure.
Thank you. Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you. Next project in the NFT track is Art Spark, AI creation and curation game.
Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
I'm just going to share my screen real quick. So, all right. Are we all connected?
We are all connected. We can see you. We can hear you. Take the floor.
All right. Nice to meet everyone. Hi, I'm Hanny with ArtSpark. So what we have here is a generative AI project that I've been integrating with NFTs. So what we have at the top here is an instant search combined with the prompt that you would use to generate something via AI. So if I put in painting of colorful succulents, that's just one of my favorites. It always comes out nicely. You can see a bunch of the others that people have generated. And at the same time, we are actually live generating a new art piece right here. And what you're seeing is actually what is being streamed from the model as it's trying to figure out. And on the left here, we have a bar that shows you the most popular terms. And basically, the idea with this is that I actually see NFTs as a very natural complement for something like generative AI, because in the generative AI world, people are going to be generating thousands. Actually, just on this site alone, people have generated over 45,000 different pieces. So in a space of art that large, how do you actually curate and find the most interesting pieces? And that's actually what NFTs would give us the ability to do. So that's actually a brand new piece. And one of the things I like to say is that means we are the first humans ever to see this piece of art, which is, I think is just a cool concept. So I'm about to mint a piece. So I'm going to choose this one. And the way pieces are priced is on a bonding curve. So, I'm going to have probably 97.5% of people's purchase price be held in reserve. And the purpose of that is because I want there to be like a dynamic market. I actually want people to be burning pieces because that would result in a more and more refined collection over time. So this is on Rinkeby, and in a second here, we should see it grayed out, which means that it's, there it goes. Yeah, so that's just been minted. And if I want to sell from my collection, I can pick a couple of these and sell them if I would like. And so right now it's just a linear bonding curve, so it just goes up in a fixed proportion to the outstanding supply. And those should sell in just a second. But yeah, that's basically the gist of it, is a combination of AI generator, instant search, and NFTs.
This is incredible.
Thank you.
So can you confirm so that not every art piece has its own bonding curve, but the whole platform has its own bonding curve, and basically anytime someone auto generates a picture, it actually shows up in here, and it's owned kind of by the platform?
Yeah. So yeah, the bonding curve right now is global. Yeah, for the entire collection. There are interesting things we could do in terms of fine tuning that maybe per category, but right now it is global. And when somebody generates one of these, what happens is actually on the back end, I sign the IPFS hash, and then they can use that signature to mint on in the smart contract. So that basically that allows for the dynamic set of NFTs that can be minted.
Copy that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for presenting.
So nice.
Incredible project.
Yes.
Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Should we try Rainbow Buffalo, or is my 3 minutes up?
3 minutes is up, and we have to transition to the next project, unfortunately.
All right. Well, you can see it on the site later. All right.
Yes,
everyone.
Thank you. All right. Next up in the NFT track is Poly Echo. What's going on, Jack? Good to see you again.
Yeah, good to see you too. Let me just share real quick. All right. We up and running?
You're up and running. You got 3 minutes starting right now.
All right. Excellent. Thank you so much for being here. Our project is called Polyecho. Polyecho is basically a shelling game where the objective is to publicly co-create songs worthy of purchase by NFT collectors. we think this could like lead to all kinds of like interesting like mimetic collectible music, and of course all of the proceeds from this process are distributed to the artists, the contributors, including future royalties. So the basic idea is like someone has an idea for a song project, they provide like a creative brief, sort of plant the seed of the idea, and maybe include parameters like BPM, key, song length to help people coordinate around that song. And then once they publish it on the site, anybody can begin contributing, or maybe a select list, or depending on how they want to do it. But anyway, the way that songs are constructed are out of these single audio clips called stems. So Bob contributes drums, Alice contributes chords, and so on. And then like Dave loved this combination, decides to purchase the song's NFT, and then all the contributors get an equal share of the proceeds, including future royalties if Dave decides to sell it. So what does all this look like? If you go to polyecho.xyz, you can see our site. But let me jump right into what it looks like to make a project. So right now it's just like this pretty simple form, but you give the song its title, the description, BPM, etc. And then once you create a project, this is what you see. I've already filled in some audio files here, but normally it'd be empty. But we can see here that we can play the track, and it's a little janky, but you can kind of hear, and then we could like solo the melody out from the percussion or whatever. But anyway, so it's all playing individual stems. And if we wanted to add like our own stem, we just go in here, upload our file here. This is all stored in like IPFS, using like NFT storage and stuff. You give it like a category of what that sound is. And then let's say that like we love this, we want to mint and buy. So I've already sort of minted and bought this NFT, and this is what that looks like. We can see that the 0.01 Matic that it was to purchase has been distributed between the three contributing addresses that we can see here, here, and here. And then we also have the ability to resell. We have like a little marketplace. And so if you go down here, we can see that it's actually for this NFT, we can see it's listed for 0.5 Matic. And also it's been, these are the contributors, and also that it's been transacted a couple of times since it was minted. And then this is what that looks like. So we can see that, the buyer transferred the 0.09 Matic to the seller, and then 10% of that was split between these three artists. And then the same thing here again. So yeah, that's like the basic idea. I think that's pretty much time. There's all kinds of stuff for the future that I think could be cool, like around like auctions and creating like a sense of occasion. Content moderation is obviously going to be important. I think there's some cool stuff we could do around like a Claros or an Aragon Accord or something like that. And then maybe in the beginning to like keep the quality high without too much overhead, like have like a referral program of like golden tickets, or I don't know, whatever. We're still thinking through it. But also there's like this idea of like a stem pool where all of the stems that are used can be like reused again. And we're thinking like it could be cool if people that upload stems dedicate them to the public domain under like a CC0 license, so that anybody can like reuse it and make new tracks. And then we have this like really interesting like graph of sound in projects that all interconnected.
Right.
Anyway, so yeah.
Gotta cut you. That's
Sure.
just over time, but you were very succinct and accurate. Do we have any questions for this interesting project?
Congrats, amazing idea.
Thank you.
Christine, you have a question?
No, I just wanted to say that it's absolutely amazing. I'm just thinking of so many different ways to like apply it. No real questions, just statements about how awesome it is. I guess it would be awesome to see where if you're able to detect the sound and find like sounds, so that way when people are searching for sounds throughout your platform, I wonder if it categorizes it that way.
Yeah, we think having like metadata associated with each stem is going to be really important, so that people can just sort of like search through. You don't even have to create new music. You can just curate like, oh, this sound would work really well in here, and sort of like bring it in. And we also have like this concept of like forking projects. So like basically, let's say you like the drums and the bass, but you don't like the chords. You can like fork it out from the drums and the bass, and then make a new project that's basically like a branch of that original project. It has its like own NFT, and you can like browse these branches and have this like this cool graph of music. So
awesome. Well, I love it, guys. It's awesome.
Great. Thank you guys so much. We have to move to the next project. and the last project in the NFT space, which is the Loudverse continuation. Hello, Peter. Hello, Nick.
Hello, how's it going?
It's going great. You're up. We can see you, and your time starts now.
All right, so in the interest of time, we prepared a video. Here we are.
We're not getting the sound from the video, Nick.
I was just about to say that. You have to share your screen with the audio.
Or you can just speak over it.
Yeah, so I'll allow you to speak over it. So Loudverse is a two-sided marketplace for funding hard to quantify digital goods. So we have creators and collaborators on one side, we have fans and funders on the other side. So here's a look at our app. We are chronotype inclusive. We have both light mode for solar punks and dark mode for lunar punks. And now we'll kind of jump in as a creator. So we're going to open a call for funds here for a project that I'm interested in creating, connect our MetaMask wallet, and enter in information. Go through everything about this project is actually stored on chain. We use the graph to bring it into our front end. So here we've created our call for funds. Now we're going to switch over to the contributor side. I'm browsing the calls for funds. I see one that kind of looks interesting here. We can view a video that the creator uploaded. We can also see a little bit about the profile of the creator and some of the things they've done in the past. In this case, we're going to go ahead and contribute 500 DAI to this project. Again, connecting to MetaMask to make that happen. When the round closes, we apply a thing called double constrained quadratic funding, which allows a project to declare a minimum viable amount. And we make sure that all of the funding pool goes to viable projects. If something is not viable, then we're going to refund to the contributors and allow our entire matching pool to go to viable funds. We have a white paper about that you can explore on our Hacker Links page if you're interested. So once the fund round is closed, in this case, this project was funded, and we're able to then start a stream to the creator while they're working on their work. When the work is done, they can go ahead and upload the end result. In this case, it's an MP3 file. And we create a piece of smart art, which is a crowd commissioned, or which is an NFT. We're using Slice protocol here to split the proceeds, 50% to the artist, 30% to a charity the artist enjoys, and 1% to each of the 20 contributors in our example. So we're built on the Ethereum blockchain with a lot of the most exciting technologies in Web3, including the graph and NFT. We are actually, since the live round, we're running a live round starting April 1st to April 30th. It's going to be on the Polygon network. So if you are interested in contributing, please head to loudverse.xyz.
Thank you. That is time. Judges, do we have any questions that we want to ask Loudverse guys?
Great business model. Congrats.
Do you your focus is on music creation? Do you think that this protocol, would you see this protocol being used for other things as well?
Yeah, we do. Actually, it could be used for music, for poetry. We had somebody, we were working on it in a hotel lobby come, and they were a theatrical producer in London, and they were very excited about using it for theater. So it's been surprising, some of the interest that's come. I think the next step would actually be to try to hone in on what the first market would be and try to run around just focused on that market. And right now we don't know exactly what that would be, but that's the next thing to figure out.
Impact.
Great.
Definitely talk. Thanks.
Thank you guys so much. All right, now we're waiting for Jason to jump in. That was it. That was the last presentation. So we have gone through our top 30. That was the last track, last presentation. What's going on, Jason? How you doing?
Oh man, I loved all those presentations. They were great, and really excited to see what you guys think are the top picks for virtual. So really excited to kind of jump into the next part. But any ones that kind of stand out, or anything that going? What was like the overall experience? I know Griff and Christine, you were both judges at the in-person. So any like differences or similarities, or just kind of overall observation?
A lot of the same projects, and it's so cool to see how they developed and improved after and got polished. A lot of them polished, a lot of them added new features. It's super cool. Yeah, and it's going to be it's always horrible. There's going to be like, I feel like 15 of these projects could have won.
Absolutely. And I think to double down on that, it is really cool to see that the projects continued and just developed it out even better. But more importantly, just like the quality of all the projects I presented today was just super high. So just mirroring Graph, like it's going to be really hard to like decide. I think obviously we probably all in our head have our favorites already. So it'll be really cool to discuss that and figure it out.
Cool. And then Sol, obviously ETH has its own type of hackathon. So what was the differences that you saw between what was going on in Rio and versus what you just saw today at ETHDenver?
Yes, in ETH we have a specific goal that was projects related to social impact. So we bring some communities to present their projects, their problems, and invite the hackers to build solutions for them. And we got a lot of amazing solutions. So it was a different proposal. About here, just now I have like 10 favorite projects. It would be hard to choose the best.
Awesome. Well, great. So I guess what we'll do now is we'll kind of transition. So I'm just going to kind of recap, there's some questions about bounties and payouts again. And then once I'm done, then we're going to bring up the panel. And then while all that's going on, our celebrity judges are going to go into a green room, deliberate, talk about what their top picks were. And then after the panel, then we'll bring you guys back to kind of announce who your top picks were, kind of the why. And then John Paller is going to come back and we're going to have a conversation about Buffalicorn Ventures. And then that's basically the wrap up of ETHDenver Virtual 2022. So thanks so much for all of your guys' support and being involved and taking time out of your day to see all these amazing presentations. And especially thanks to all the bidlers that submitted projects. There were so many different cool ones, and it was so just fun to see the entire ETHDenver community kind of rile up behind everyone and kind of present everything. So thank you. So cool. So let's just recap bounties and just kind of like the payouts portion of this. So sponsor bounties are currently posted on ethddenver.com/virtual-winners. We will be getting bounty submissions from all of our sponsors. Their due date is April 1st, 2022. So as they keep kind of coming through, we will be updating the webpage. So if you had a biddle that you submitted and that was approved, if you go to ethddenver.com/virtual-winners, you will see at the you can click on a button and then it will take you down to the bounties page so you can actually see who won the different bounties. All right, so let's talk about payouts. How are you going to get paid out? So if a sponsor designates your project for winning, whether this is in person or virtual, those will all be found on the website. ETHDenver is specifically responsible for track sponsor awards. So if you made it into the top 30, ETHDenver's accounting team will reach out to you to request that you complete the accounting form. This is a legal IRS type form just to make sure that we're covered, and then disbursement will happen. As it relates to sponsor bounties, sponsors had the ability to choose between two options. They could designate ETHDenver as the trustee, or they are deciding to take it upon themselves to do it. So ETHDenver, if a sponsor chose us, we will reach out with the same form requesting your information, and then we will submit it. And then the same thing is true for the sponsors. So if a sponsor said, I'm going to handle it, we will still send an email that kind of introduces you to the sponsor payee to make sure that you know this is the person that you should be talking to get your bounties. So payouts will begin the week of April 4th. So be on the lookout from emails from accounting or emails and communication from the sponsors. So what's been going on in the background? So at the beginning of this, I talked a little bit about quadratic voting and how the community can vote on their favorite projects. So we just spent the last 2 hours or so looking and watching the 30 different presentations. So now it's your time to actually go in and vote as a community member or as a Bufficorn for the community. So if you go to dorahacks.io/grant/ETHDenver22 virtual, it will allow you to sign up and vote based off of your spork. Now, this doesn't mean if you have won spork or earned spork from participating in years past, your spork isn't just, you're not giving your spork to somebody else. This is a matching grant. So whatever you put in is what ETHDenver's Sport DAO is going to contribute to the winning teams. So there's 1 million spork total up for award. So if you go to dorahacks.io/grant/ETHDenver22 virtual, you'll have the ability to vote for your top favorite picks. And then those funds will be given to the winning teams. So again, just kind of recap, 30 finalists, quadratic voting round. You're going to use your spork to vote. Currently, there's about 23,000 spork holders that have been whitelisted. This was a snapshot that was taken last night by DoraHacks. So what does the voting schedule look like? So we got 10 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, started today, March 25th. Voting ends 11:59 p.m. on March 29th. On March 30th, DoraHacks will vote the tally. They'll generate the proofs, and then they will announce the quadratic voting results, and then we'll upload those to the ETHDenver website, which will be ethdenver.com/virtual-winners. So there we go. So the total purse that became available for all of ETHDenver for both virtual and in person, this includes track prizes, bounties, and community voting, totaled $3,559,674. This was all possible because of our sponsors, because of our partners, part of the Spark DAO. So thank you for your involvement. Thank you for your participation, for making ETHDenver an incredible 2022. So it's really exciting to see all those opportunities. So that's all that I have for right now. What we're going to do right now is we're going to transition into our panel conversation. So do we have Susie? Hello, Susie.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Great, congratulations.
Oh, well, thank you.
What a culmination.
I know. How are you? I know that you had a little accident right before. So.
I'm doing well. I'm recuperating in New York. And I was sorry to be limping and missing events, but I was keeping abreast of everything on stream. And I just can't believe what a journey it's been, a month of biddling virtually. And I'm sure everyone's not quite exhaling, but this is exciting. 3.559 million in prize pool.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Pretty amazing. I think it actually might be one of the largest prize pools in regards to most BUIDLathons, hackathons, specifically even in the space. So, we've out of that, we've had close to 400 projects, 500 projects submitted. Obviously we had 30 top picks for virtual, 30 for in person. We've had over 220 different judges participate in judging all the projects. So, community is strong, and I think I'm really looking forward to 2023.
What a difference a year makes, huh?
I know. 2020 we had, I think the number was like 2,400, 2,500 total. And this year it was like 30,000 plus across virtual and in person. And all those data will be coming out in a couple of days, I would imagine. So, really exciting. But you have a panel, and you're going to be talking about what?
We're going to be talking about mainstream adoption of Web3.
Awesome. Cool. Well, in that case, why don't we just bring up the entire panel, and then I will exit and vacate, and I'll let you guys jump in, and I can't wait to listen. So great to see everyone. Looking forward to learn. And all right, cool.
Thanks, Jason. What a month. Hi, everyone. I'm Susie Batt, and I'm lead for crypto ecosystem at Opera Browser. I'm also a Spork DAO steward, and I'm just so excited to kind of usher in the winners in a little bit. Thanks to Jason, John, and Justin for their leadership at ETHDenver this year. A banner year all around in terms of attendance, number of speakers, number of projects, and this prize pool of like nearly $3.6 million. That's great. So let me introduce you guys to the audience. Nicole Tay of Near Foundation, you are strategy and communications lead. My dear friend, Evan McMullen, founder of Disco. We were at Consensus together. And lastly, Sean Lee of Magic.link. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
So I'd like to start off welcoming you and also talking about Web3 as we kind of move through this year. We've heard this buzz. I think it's ironic because when we were all in Web 1 and Web 2, we just never called it that, and all of a sudden we're in Web 3, and we don't realize why it's being kind of bashed. But what are your projects centered around? What problem are you trying to solve in Web 3? Would you like to start, Evan?
I can hop in. Absolutely. So at Disco, we are thinking about your identity for the metaverse. So what does that mean? The problem that we are seeking to solve is that in sort of the Web3 ecosystem as we know it right now, the only way that we can express ourselves is on public ledgers for the most part. That means that our financial transactions make up the bulk of our personality. Now, a party would be really boring if you could only introduce yourself with the contents of your bank account. And so we need some other way to introduce ourselves and conduct ourselves in, the seamless and trustless world of Web3. And so at Disco, we enable your data backpack so that you can carry private data written about yourself from Web 2 to, your first app in Web 3 on to your millionth app and more, so that you never have to fill out a form again. We think that you are the multifaceted center of the party, and you should reflect your data to the world however you want. And so that is why we are called Disco, because our definition of the metaverse is one where you can show up in any digital or physical environment and receive a personalized experience as a result. And so we are tackling the foundational problem of needing to carry around data that's private to you. But in the experience perspective, we are removing the friction of onboarding by helping your data introduce you so that you have to do less of that manual labor when you come to a new experience. And we can lower the switching costs of trying new activities and going on new adventures, solving more interesting coordination problems than, group chats with bank accounts and plutocratic voting, which is, the extent of the collaboration we can really enjoy in Web3 today.
Where did you come up with this idea? We worked on a couple projects together that were in a completely different vertical in blockchain for social impact. But curious, what was the aha moment?
That is a great question. So, I've spent many years thinking about the enterprise space. How do Coca-Cola and American Express more easily leverage sharing data and use decentralized ledger technologies to remove friction from their own experiences? But over the years of working with those kinds of clients, I learned that my initial hypothesis was wrong, in that it was going to take way longer to be able to migrate a system like a hospital to a new electronic medical record or way of maintaining user data, that it was going to take a lot of resources, a lot of time and money and training and switching costs to, migrate the Coca-Cola bottling plant to a decentralized layer of computation. And so, earlier this year, I was reflecting on the experiences that informed my definition of the metaverse. For me, it was watching the Jetsons as a kid. You never see the Jetsons waiting in line. You never see them filling out forms. They've got these awesome robot sidekicks that help them take the guesswork of out of their everyday activities. And it seems pretty fun to be part of that system. And so I was reflecting on, how do we build the metaverse of fun? We have to meet people where they are today. We can't build an awesome adventure that requires you to scale an insane wall that's costly and dangerous and scary in order to join us in the Citadel. And so I wanted to build something that was for everyone, that could welcome my mom and my friends, from school who don't work in crypto, and my friends who are, deep degens alike, something for everyone, and something that would not require you to pull out your credit card to get started on a Web3 adventure, instead allowing you to get started for free. And so what really, inspired me to kind of get up and go with Disco was reflecting on the fact that when we get cryptographic key pairs by signing up for a wallet, with a blockchain, what that puts in our hands is incredibly powerful. Not only can we sign transactions on chain, but we can also write statements about ourselves and others that are cryptographically verifiable and that are tamper evident, that are sort of protected and safe and strong. And so upon reflecting there, I thought, hey, we can use these cryptographic key pairs to write messages, but we don't have to use blockchains to pass them around. We can use APIs to talk between our different blockchain addresses and our different Web 2 addresses even. We could use, we can use the open standards that were developed by the World Wide Web Consortium to help our email addresses send messages to our Bitcoin addresses, send messages to our near addresses with no translation needed in between. So I was really excited about the prospect of welcoming a larger community into Web3 and removing the financial and technical barriers that prohibit a lot of the people that I love in my life from feeling really comfortable coming and exploring in this space.
Thank you. Thank you. And for a deeper dive, I recommend the viewers to check out your Bankless podcast. I think it was about a month ago on social infrastructure for Web3. Sean, tell us about magic.link. Welcome.
Hi, nice to meet you. It's great to be here. So yeah, very synergistic with Disco. So we actually are building an onboarding stack that reduces the barrier of entry for mainstream users to use dApps. So I wanted to make it so that my mom could interact with the dApp too. So we combine the best of both worlds: a Web 2 style passwordless authentication, plus a sort of advanced and performant key management infrastructure that's non-custodial. So what that means is, say a new user wants to interact with the dApp, they don't have to download a browser extension before they can get started. They don't have to download a mobile wallet. They don't have to write down a seed or recovery phrase. And they can just use their email through OTP or magic links or social login. So yeah, we've been around for a while, and we have multiple products. So we've been around since 2018. We have a wallet product called Fortmatic, and that's integrated in some of the top dApps like OpenSea, Decentraland, and the British Museum. And during 2020, we launched a more white labelable version of key management, and we launched it under the name Magic. And since then, we have quite a few partners in the NFT space, like Islands, Nifties, and so on. So yeah, with this new wave of interest from mainstream into NFTs, it's been great for like getting adoption. And yeah, we're looking to, we're also supporting multiple blockchains. So we support around like 19 right now. So yeah, basically we are really focused on just getting, refocusing on the conversion rate, just getting users in. They're able to convert. We actually have over 86% conversion rate for users signing up to dApps. And we're looking to add more synergies with identity protocols like ceramic labs and also like fiat on-ramp providers. Yeah.
How much of that onboarding of people would you say are normies who are new to Web3?
Yeah, so that's our sweet spot. I would say over 80% are like first timers, and that's really, really exciting for a product because the way I see the space before was that it's quite the echo chamber. So there's a lot of power users who are already whales using MetaMask, and they sort of just going from one DeFi app to another. So I've seen days like that, but with the NFT boom, we're starting to see a lot of new users kind of coming in, and
How do they hear about you?
So Magic, like we're kind of like a really popular tool for like mainstream developers even. So a lot of us just use us for authentication, but our strategy is distribution. So we get a lot of interest from mainstream like users and developers, and then we kind of make it really, really easy so that dApps can integrate us with a few lines of code. So once the dApps use Magic, their users automatically are onboarded with Magic. So it's a really great way to distribute our form of key management and authentication.
Great. Well, that's clearly the problem you're solving. Nicole, Tay, welcome.
Hello.
Tell us what you are seeing from your perspective in strategy and comms at Near Foundation.
Yeah, definitely. So for folks who don't know, Near is a layer 1 blockchain that just has characteristically carbon neutral and low transaction fees. And sort of the Near Foundation is the nonprofit that is really aimed at growing this broader Near ecosystem. And we primarily do that through funding. And I think we're known mostly for grants, but we really do cover the full suite from grants to seed and beyond. And I just want to kind of, in answering that, harken back to what Evan had said around just like meeting people where they're at. And I think that's really been a guiding principle in our deep focus on usability and accessibility as well as education. I can say that on like the usability and access side, we are not just like externally focused on usability in terms of like providing amazing user experience, but I've really noticed that internally as an organization, like we are so on the ball with like hiring folks like from Web 2, and just being like, what, like it's going to take so much more than just the Web 3 crypto native people to make this decentralized revolution happen. And it's really from that place that, we've really made ourselves available to get the best talent that's passionate about this technology, but may not have like the crypto experience, and really onboarding them that way into what we've been doing and really leveraging that experience. I think that in particular, my role on the funding team, we've really seen kind of this massive opportunity in terms of funding to really combine decentralized technology and the ability to really think about decentralization as a broader mission and value and philosophy. So, I personally am very, very bullish on the idea of diversity, equity, inclusion as the way to optimize decentralized tech to decentralized power at the end of the day. And I think it's very, very important to the Near Foundation, and especially as we're deploying this capital and through grants as a nonprofit, right? To make sure that we are not broadening this digital divide that we're seeing among marginalized communities. And so we've taken a very intentional, strategic lens to really focus on getting this technology in front of folks who otherwise we wouldn't think about as being part of Web3, and really enabling them to be leaders in their communities. So something that I love about the sort of nonprofit model that we have is, the goal is not for us to become a gigantic centralized nonprofit that doles out grants. That's not the goal. Like we could do that in Web 2. What Web 3, I think, has in terms of how to rethink how we even structure organizations like this, is to experiment with the idea of like, what if we could actually spin out these regional hubs instead and these grant pools? And what if we're able to grow horizontally and really empower local leaders to decide how best for their local communities to adopt decentralized technology? So those are some of the things that I'm super excited about. And I just can't wait to see where the space goes.
Yeah, such a breadth of projects at NearCon in Lisbon last year. Near did a great foundation in bringing champions from different spaces and different areas of interest, from music to Aurora, of course. Sean, tell me, our audience today are bidlers, but then you also have your audience of users. What messages do you have for each of them, in terms of bidling and hacking? Any advice or tidbits of experiences that you want to relay?
Yeah, from what I've seen in the space, I would say a lot of projects kind of really overlook that like user experience side of things. And I see a lot of parallel with sort of the early days of the PC, right? Like where you have computers and the operating system were like super complicated, and it requires a lot of technical knowledge to be able to work a computer. But eventually, with the introduction of GUI, that made things really, really simple. And I'm starting to see the same thing with blockchain too. So it's almost blockchain. It's almost like a universally user-centric computer where anyone can access it from anywhere, right? And it's critically available. We're sort of in the beginning of this of building this computer. A lot of chain projects are building the essential infrastructure for this global computer, but it's really lacking that like interface, right? So, and I think if you remember in the beginning, PCs got really scrutinized. It's like, oh, it's a really expensive, beautiful toy that you can't really do much with it. And yeah, that sounds really similar to what's happening in blockchain right now. And I think what really matters is, on one end, let's say if we're making an NFT app or game, make it fun first before adding blockchain, right? And then the other thing is, really, really care about the conversion rate, the user experience, because these apps or projects are competing with Web2 incumbents who are just focused on that. And then users are sort of trained in the previous habit to seek more convenience, right, over having to jump through hurdles to even get started with the app in the first place. Those would really be my advice. And also, I would implore folks to think bigger picture on maybe there's new type of business models that can be created with Web3, because it is a really, really fascinating tool to align incentives and provide a better model in general.
What one follow-up question: what skills should bidlers focus on to thrive on your project?
I would say good JavaScript skills, front end, React. That's really key, and also I just see a sort of Cambrian explosion of no code tooling or just tooling in general, where it's really beneficial to sometimes build versus just buy versus build everything yourself, and adopt a more pragmatic mindset and sort of piece everything together. Yeah.
Great. Evan, back to the original question with you. Your message to bidlers as we wait with bated breath on winners.
So to echo something that both Nicole and Sean mentioned, I agree. I think, usability is a massive concern for us. In fact, I think of usability as the single largest blocker to adoption, more so than anything technical when it comes to Web3. And this is a little bit of a spicy take, but I think that sometimes we in Web3, especially us BUIDLers, we reach for the problem sets that feel most familiar to our skills. We reach for technical problems. We reach for scaling problems, but we do not reach with the same urgency and devotion to address usability, to address accessibility for those whose experiences and whose ability might be different than ours. And so, when we talk about the radical inclusion of Web3, that container for narrative, our surface to be inclusive is the space between a screen and our user's face. And it doesn't matter how elegant it is under the hood, if you are not delivering a user journey that is delightful and meaningful and logical, comprehensible to your user, it does not matter how elegant your protocol design is under the hood. And so I would encourage all of our BUIDLers to BUIDL with empathy, and to build their backlogs out of the knowledge they learn from human beings trying to go about their daily lives, solve problems, and instead of building a backlog full of cards derived from their own heads. So as we move forward, the protocol is just as important, of course, as many other parts of our ecosystem, and we need to treat those other parts, those other layers of the stack, with equal consideration and perhaps even a little bit more love than we give them today. And from user perspective, what I would encourage those folks is to be loud about your feedback. Feedback is a gift because it helps us interact better. And so as users, sometimes that feedback is explicitly invited in structured ways, but if there are parts of a Web3 experience that you love, please be loud about that. Tell the teams. They will beam with pride. And if there are parts of your Web3 app experience that are frustrating and confusing to you, there will be similarly
tweeted.
Similarly,
Sure.
yes, that internet vitriol, when structured helpfully, can actually assist our teams to build experiences that are more accessible, more relevant to others. So I guess sort of the underscore of all of this is a reminder that blockchains and the associated ecosystem around them are just tools for human coordination, and we need to remember that we've got human beings on all sides of that n-sided ecosystem that we're building.
Hear, hear. Nicole, I know that you strive to have a diverse array of BUIDLers, hackers or projects on Near. Can you tell us some interesting anecdotes or stories or champions of disparate groups getting onboarding onto Near, and what those projects are?
Yeah, so I would say like one in particular comes to mind is that last year we funded a project, Arose Studios in Lisbon, and we actually funded like a physical art studio for like low income artists in Lisbon. And as part of that, they could go through like this residency program and learn about NFTs and crypto, decentralization, and have that all wrapped up within like an exhibition. And so when I'm thinking about like diverse projects, yes, I'm thinking about like who's building the project, who's running and applying the application, but I'm also thinking about like what are just the super out of the box ideas that are from communities that again you would never consider. I actually just had a call today with an amazing individual who's a nutritionist, and she's been minting NFTs in exchange for nutritionist consultations. And so I come from actually a public health background. My experience prior to this was being in Web3 was I was a pharmaceutical advertising copywriter. So when we talk about like misaligned incentives from Web2, it does not, I truly believe it does not get worse.
Do you write like the caution blurb, like the side effects that we all will have once we take the dosage?
Yes, that was us. That was us. So all the ways that you'll probably get very close to dying by taking some sort of drug. And yeah, it was a very, very eye-opening experience to work there. But I was also like, oh my gosh, this one nutritionist is turning that entire healthcare delivery model on its head by minting an NFT and like taking that utility from what people typically think around like, okay, well, you're just creating scarcity for scarcity's sake. I'm just like owning this thing just because it's rare to own it. And she's actually changing people like our understanding of NFTs for her clients to really be more like this NFT is not just scarcity for scarcity's sake. It is a verified key that gives you access to services and programs and like, I don't know, like VIP rooms with celebrities. I don't know. And it really just exploring that has been so exciting. And, that's why I really encourage like literally anyone that's remotely interested in Web3 or like open to it to like, keep going down the rabbit hole because like your imagination is the limit on what you can make out of this space.
Thank you. I heard over and over again from attendees at ETHDenver that they had never seen so many newbies in attendance. And, whether it was COVID or just people traveling and itching to get out, there were just thousands and thousands of more people than anticipated. But in addition to that, there were just new faces. How do we stay as a community, as an ecosystem, how do we stay true to our decentralized badassery roots with this new influx of people to the ecosystem who are a lot of them coming from Web 2, whether it's institutional finance and hedge funds or the Web 2 social media platforms that are kind of branching over. How do we like balance the both and take the good and discard the bad? I'll throw that out to Evan.
I think there are a lot of ways to handle the incoming challenges of preserving and scaling culture. But some solutions that we have are technical. The ability to coordinate larger and larger groups of people with aligned values is exactly why we're building all of this stuff. So the scaling of our community, the growing of our community is an opportunity for us to utilize the tools that we are here to create. However, those tools, like we were saying earlier, are tools that sit between human beings. And so it is imperative that each one of us take personal responsibility for living out our values in the choices that we make in this ecosystem. From investors choosing to support founders whose values align with the well-being of their teams and the betterment of our ecosystem as a whole. From founders hiring teams that reflect the diversity of users who they hope to serve and ensuring that their backlog and their research process and their marketing process is similarly inclusive in that spectrum of individuals, to the bidlers themselves, ensuring that their own bias is checked and that they invite feedback and practice empathy in the process of their building. And the same goes for many of our flavors of bidlers, from designers to UX researchers to copywriters, to marketers, ensuring that that each of us is sort of values first in our actions here, because the bias that we have as humans is expressed in the protocols and applications that we BUIDL. And so it's a combination of ensuring that the tools that we build reflect those values, but also holding one another accountable to what that means. Because as we know, centralization and the challenges of authorities that intervene in their own self-interest are already putting pressure on this fledgling universe that we are trying to build to create a more equitable world. And so we are heading into an opportunity to test just how radically inclusive we intend to be, just how fiercely we intend to protect freedom and independence. But I think that that's a pretty awesome rallying cry, a pretty amazing thing for all of us to unite behind it.
Thank you. Sean, what would you like to add as we converge more Web 2ers into Web 3?
Yeah, well said, Evan. And I think when I first got into Web3, I realized that it really gave people an option to sort of interact with the internet and the digital realm like differently. Whereas traditionally in Web2 world, like users have like no choice but to sort of trust big tech and like centralized organizations. Whereas the birth of Web3 really provided optionality, right? Like for example, users could choose a more centralized exchange like Coinbase, or a fully decentralized exchange like Uniswap. And I think that's one of the biggest charms of like crypto. It really like opened up the it allowed different, more diverse set of people to be able to interact with these services with their preferred way of interaction. Like for someone who needs more self-sovereignty and control of their assets and identity, they can manage their own keys either through hardware wallet or like a browser extension or a mobile wallet, or even simply write down like private key somewhere, right? Like there's so many different options to sort of use these apps, or users can sort of choose to use something that's a bit more simpler and more abstracted away, that's similar to their previous experience. But what's really cool is that there's this concept in design called progressive disclosure. Is that because there's optionality in Web3, you could start people somewhere really, really simple, and as they go from beginner to intermediate to expert users, they can get onboarded with different types of tools based on their own growth and needs. So yeah, that's what I would like to add.
Thank you. That was right. I felt that alignment, like when you said that. Nicole, as we kind of wrap things up here, tell us how you get creative in your writing, in your communicating. What advice can you give to bidlers here on our Web3 panel? Like, how do you fill your bucket? What do you read, or what do you recommend? And this question will be for all of you.
Well, I think thinking about it broadly, I do have sort of a cerebral response to this, which is I think I really try to not only like consider the philosophy of decentralization, but to really like live it. And for me, that comes out in the active practice of trying to decenter myself from the narrative. And I think that that very much comes through with like education in particular. And I would say that for bidlers today, like we are in a position right now where I think just based off of how blockchain and crypto was sort of like introduced to the mainstream, that we have such a big gap in terms of like where the technology is going. And then like all of these people that are like, what is this? I tried to access it and it's horrible. I'm just going to leave it forever. Or this is something that's going to be co-opted by billionaires and institutions to make tons of money. I think that that's a very like prescient narrative that I hear on my end is like, well, Web3 is just Web2, like the same corruption and systems from Web2, but they're just trying to automate it to make it faster. And that's, and I think that that's like really where I think education is so important. Like coming from a marketing side, like education is your UX, because you're literally educating people on like what they're interacting with by how you design your UX. Education is your marketing because it is your community. Education is like so much more underrated. And I think in people's minds, because they think that if we just build amazing tech, we just have the best tech, that people will come. And I can say that that is sadly not true. Like you really need to spend the time to think like maybe that could work in a Web2 type of mentality. But in this moment, we have an opportunity to rethink how projects hit the mainstream, and like how users are going to use these products and interact in these ecosystems, how workplaces should function. And so being really open to rethinking a lot of those things to really optimize for how humans actually behave, how humans are optimally creative and like to learn and play and cooperate. We have an opportunity to shift all of that on its head.
Paradigm shift.
Yeah.
Evan, Sean, what are you reading that you recommend?
For some quick shots, some of my favorite texts that I return to often are an essay called Meditations on Moloch that talks about different kinds of human coordination problems. So definitely encourage folks to look into use cases outside of the tech space to think about human coordination. And for a newsletter and podcast that I love a lot, Susie, you mentioned earlier, Bankless. That's absolutely my favorite summary in the Ethereum ecosystem. However, their coverage does extend far across the metaverse. Their metaversal newsletter from Bankless is also a really great resource on NFTs. So highly recommend that folks check those out if you're looking for some reading and listening material.
Great. And Sean, we'll wrap it up with you.
Well, I read a lot on like philosophy.
You?
like Dao De Jing. It's really important to remain peaceful when everything is it's pretty hyped, and it's easy to get distracted. I think really is like Web3 is so early, so like don't afraid to really zoom out and solve the really, really, really hard problems and not get deterred by that. Like think on first principles, right? Like that's kind of why when I started a company, I was like, yeah, I don't know, this sounds really hard to do. But then it's like when you think from first principle, it's like, yeah, someone's got to make this easier to use. And I don't care if like I'm the first one who come through the door and gets shot, right? Like that. That's the kind of mentality. And I think, like nature rewards courage. And I think, this is a really exciting space and
it is.
Opportunity.
And such a collaborative one too. I mean, it's such my tribe, and I'm so happy to find all of you. And I want to bring John up to the stage. There he is. John, what are you reading now that you have so much free time and it's over?
Yeah, that's funny. That's a good joke. So I'm very much into philosophy as well. And one of the things that I think is a challenge for even educating people in the space about what it is that we're building is I'm not sure that a lot of people have a clear vision of what this new sort of more egalitarian future might even look like, because we're so conditioned to think in terms of the existing frameworks. And we just think, well, if our bosses were just nicer to us, but then it's like, well, wait a minute, should we even need bosses? Like, what if we actually did, like Nicole said earlier, what are the things that we should be doing from a game design standpoint that actually inspire maximum human creativity, where we don't need to micromanage people to, quote, perform,
right?
Where they could actually be more expressive in alignment with what their natural creativity is. Like, we don't talk about that. We talk about better HR departments and how are we more inclusive? And it's like, well, look, in a pseudonymous world, we don't need to worry about inclusivity because you could just be anybody the fuck you want. Excuse my French, but sometimes I think we're having conversation about Web 2 problems that we're not really fully understanding or talking about the possibilities for Web 3. So I go back to things like the sovereign individual. I go back to things like first principles. I look at, I read a ton on monetary policy, and I read a ton on social anthropology, and just thinking about social norms and social attitudes, why they happened, and then how do we actually align this new game design? Because if you think about it, that's what we're building. We're building a new game structure so that people can operate in a way that's more in alignment with who they really are, not taking on a pseudonym or like some sort of mask, some sort of compartmentalization, work-life balance. I mean, I think all that's crap, personally. I deal in the future of work every day. That's what I do. And I look at my life and how I've chosen to organize it because I've taken the risks to do it. Most people don't have the privilege to do that. So like I'm saying like, well, let's build a more egalitarian set of tools that people can choose that and people can be integrated. And you know, one of the things that Sean talks about, Sean and I are old friends. Like we've been talking about these things for a very long time. And one of the things I love that he said is really the summary is choice is freedom. If we give people choices and make the systems and tools that we offer very egalitarian, where the barriers to access are nil and anybody can come in and choose their own adventure, I think that's a beautiful future. And it lets people be who they want to be, you know, which I think ultimately gets us out from behind a lot of this, you know, these, you know, two-party political system garbage and this false dichotomy of democracy and all this. It's the tyranny of the minor majority. It just depends on what side of the fence you're on and whether or not you're happy. And I don't think that that's the world that we should have to live by. I think that, you know, the sovereign individual predicted this stuff 23 years ago, and it blows my mind how accurate some of these predictions have actually come to be. So anyway, that's what I'm reading. That's what I'm doing.
Woo!
It's a lot. I'm a student of nerdery, so like, yeah, bring it.
I love working in the in SporkDAO with you. I love meeting you guys, and I look forward to seeing you at the next event, whether it's Dev Connect or something before or something after. But congratulations again to all the bidlers. Made it to the end.
First and foremost, they are our VIPs. They are our spork whales. So congratulations to the bidlers. That's
and go claim your prize. Go claim your prize. Great.
So I guess what we're going to do from here is I'm going to transition into talking about Bufficorn Ventures and how this is going to relate to the bidlers and what it's there to do. I've done this presentation a few different times, but thank you to you for your time and for your contributions of intelligence and creativity. Our community wouldn't be anything without the creative contribution of all of the individuals and, you know, communities that come together to make this really powerful community of communities. It's a really beautiful thing. And, you know, ETHDenver, as I said at the beginning of today's broadcast, we're the world's largest live action real-time Web3 experiment. You know, we're doing the things that should hopefully yield these templates or models for all Web3 orgs to live by, you know. So we're experimenting, we're iterating, we're doing all sorts of interesting things, and it's really a beautiful thing. It really is.
On such a stellar event this year. Just blew every metric out of the water, and we look forward to another ETHDenver event.
Yeah, it's coming.
Have a great weekend, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. All right, with that, I'm going to just kind of take over the screen here, and I'm going to share my screen. So hopefully this works. Let's see, share screen. Don't show me these tips again, please. Okay. Oh, come on. No, did I? Okay, it doesn't seem like that's working here. Hold on. Chrome has lost permission to share my screen. What is this? Okay, give me just 1 second. I wish I could multitask and tell jokes at the same time, but it's not letting me do this.
You could try either just sharing the window, or you can bounce me a link in the private chat and I can pull it up for you, John.
Here, let me just give you the link here. Okay, I'm putting it in the chat. you could put it up for me, that'd be great. It's something with my system settings. It's kicked me off it. I don't know. And multitasking that on live air is not exactly the easiest thing to do. So while he's getting the slides up, so as sort of a background for this, we at ETHDenver recognize that we're an event, right? So most of us have day jobs. We're not doing this like full time, but it's a big investment of time, capital, resources, effort, blood, sweat, and tears. So yeah, if you could just make it full screen or whatever and just put my, can you make it in presentation mode? Yeah, that one. There you go. And I'll just cue you on when I want you to go to the next slide. Okay, so just leave it here for now.
Perfect.
So as I mentioned just in the previous segment, you know, we're the world's largest live action real-time Web3 experiment. And Web3 is really about, in my opinion, two things: creating sustainable benevolence towards communities, which is both technological, legal, and otherwise. Call that governance. And then second is economic independence. So communities, like not-for-profits, are always dependent on somebody else's money. Foundations, same thing. You know, when you've got this, you know, public good type of effort, usually you're depending on somebody else to give you the money. And then usually that comes with some strings attached, right? They want you to do it a certain way, or they have really big influence over how you execute. So often the purse strings is the one calling the shots, and maybe might even have a secondary motive, whereas the best interest of the community might not be looked after. So again, kind of coming back to economics and sustainability and of both the economic viability of the community plus the benevolence. So we moved to a DAO, or a digital cooperative, back in June of 2021, and it's a community-owned environment now. But as an event, as a pure event, if you know anything about events, they are terrible for unit economics and ROI. You spend a ton of money, and unless you get hyper extractive, unless you want to sell really expensive tickets and you know, really practice the traditional mechanisms of capitalism, accruing value in quote making money, or in other words, creating sustainability for the community, is very difficult to do. So we're a free event. We have and we always will be a free event. We're education and biddling first to build community. So it's education, biddling, and community, right, are the three core values of SporkDAO. And we, you know, as a community, have decided that we don't want to change that, and we don't want to sell ourselves out to something else. So it's like, okay, well, how do we create value accrual for the community, but in a way that's symbiotic to the community? So what we came up with is the idea to build an innovation community, more than just an event, but using the event as a springboard into bigger things. Now, how does this work? Well, I'm just going to kind of get into, can you go to the next slide? Next slide. Let's just skip this one here. Okay, so we have a group of companies, or DAOs, if you will. The parent DAO is SporkDAO. SporkDAO is a limited cooperative association out of the state of Colorado. It's owned by its members, which is people that attend ETHDenver. Spork token holders are the member owners. And as a part of this community, we have three meta DAOs: ETHDenver, Colorado Jam, and Buffacorn Ventures. Now think about Colorado Jam and Buffacorn Ventures as the incubation, and think about ETHDenver as the intake. So what are we really doing at ETHDenver? Well, we're incubating early stage startup projects, right? Well, one of the things that we've looked at is we've seen really important projects come out of winning prizes at ETHDenver. 1inch, Pulled Together, POAP. These are all, you know, just off the top of my head, projects that have come out of ETHDenver, and they've done really, really well. These are really important projects in the community, but guess how much of that value that was created came back to ETHDenver as a free event for helping, you know, create this launching pad? And the answer is nothing. So we did it in service to the community, which is great. But what if we had made a $25 or $50 or $100,000 investment to help these projects get to this next level? And what if we had done that early stage? Well, think about the value that would accrue back to the community. Now, this isn't being done for like exclusively my benefit and a few other people. This is being done for any Spork token holder in the community. So think about this as like an experiment to build a global decentralized Y Combinator, an accelerator that the event, ETHDenver, is about like demo day and intake and creating new projects in the community. And then Colorado Jam and Buffercorn Ventures are the incubation that happens in between events to help these projects get to that next level in a founder-friendly, community-friendly, supportive, resource-heavy way. If you think about the resources that ETHDenver has at its fingertips, we have some of the top minds from all over the world, from Vitalik to Ilya to Sergey to Danny to, Griff to Sol to Christine. Like, we have all of these people that are happy to contribute time in support of the Spork DAO mission to support these projects. And they would do that probably right now for free, but now they're Spork token holders, right? Everybody is. And wait, well, wouldn't I want to help? So we've created these incentive mechanisms now, not just out of their good nature, but actually like we're aligning the good nature of these folks with economic rewards for everybody's success, right? So as we make investments into the community wins. The projects win because we're not going to be doing onerous, crazy terms and taking board seats and controlling everything. It's purely designed to help spur creativity and incubate these projects to a place where they can get on to that next level, that probably call it the seed round that they might want to do. Next slide. There we go. So what's Colorado Jam? So as part of the incubation arm of things, we've got a partnership with the state of Colorado and Governor Polis's office to incubate Web3 projects that might be valuable to the state infrastructure, whether it's ownership NFTs for property rights, or it's digital currency payments, or portable ID, decentralized ID, provably fair gaming tactics for the lottery, whatever it might be. Anything that's related to some of a use case that might be valuable to the state, we'll put it in Colorado Jam. Now, it's still part of the overall, ecosystem of Spork DAO. It's just got a potentially more precise use case that might be valuable to the state. Next slide. Now, Buffercorn Ventures is the general investment arm that's under this incubation umbrella, where we would make early stage, post hackathon, pre-seed investments in early stage projects. Now, largely our focus is going to be projects that come out of ETHDenver, but we're not limited to that. Like if we have a project that came out of ETH Rio or that comes out of ETH Amsterdam and they're looking for a syndicated investor that wants to be a part of this, obviously our community can make a decision on whether or not we think that makes sense. Next slide. So the investment strategy works like this. We are really looking to be the first money in or in the first round of an investment trajectory. Now, why? Well, because the unit economics of making 50 to 200K investments, we need to make a lot of investments to make sure that one or a handful of them do really well so that the ROI for the community actually makes sense. So we're looking at 50 to 250K pre-seed investments. Like I said, it's first money in sort of thing. So projects that are coming right out of hackathons are right up our alley. This is exactly what we want to see. So a lot of times there's difficulty for projects to get capital at this stage because they're not quite ready for seed, but they're maybe not just at ideas. Maybe they're at idea stage and early proof of concept. That's kind of where we want to hang out. We have a decentralized methodology here where the LPs, it's non-custodial funds. So anybody participating in the actual fund itself, Buffercorn Ventures, the DAO, can rage quit at any time, and it's a Moloch framework that we're using. But when a proposal goes up from somebody in the community to make an investment, that person doing the proposal is going to be acting as the lead, or they can tap the lead. They can also bring co-investors into the mix. They can co-invest themselves, right? So if you've got money in the fund, but you want to do a sidecar investment directly to that project, that can be done too. And again, just to underscore, emphasize, and exclamation point this, these are all going to be founder-friendly terms. Next slide. So there's 4 levels of contribution that can be made. So most of the fund is actually in the process of being funded and papered up right now. We have a ton of interest at ETHDenver, and we've got several protocols that are putting in on the alpha level. So we should have pretty close to the $5 million that we've been out looking to raise. And we're going to start deploying investments here in the next couple of weeks, as soon as the hackathon is over and we do some diligence on a few projects. We have an internal team that's looking at some things from our view that we might make some proposals to the community, but the other LPs can also do the same. And, we're going to get going with this pretty quickly. Next slide, please. All right, the small print on this is really hard to read, but in essence, what this is there's some benefits to coming in at the higher levels. Economically speaking, there's not, because it's a very egalitarian framework, but really more for influence and voting is the reason why that you would come in for more. And 50, 100, 250, and 500K. If you're an investor, if you're accredited, and you want to contribute directly to the fund, please reach out to Bufficorn Ventures at Bufficorn Ventures at ETHDenver.com. You can also email me directly, john@ETHDenver.com, if you're interested, and we can get you directed kind of where you need to go, and we can kind of orient you on what you need to do. The fund will be closing in the month of April. So whatever we happen to raise is if it's slightly short of 5 million, that's just what we're going to run with. So we really do want to get this done quickly so that we can wrap this up and move into actually making some of our community-based investments. Next slide. All right, this is where I just gush over the community again. And, this will probably be the last time that everybody hears from me in this installation of ETHDenver. So you will hear from me on Twitter. You will hear from me throughout the year and different various things. We'll be at many different events. SporkDAO is going to be expanding its footprint in a couple of different ways. More to come, a little slight alpha leak there. But I just want to express my personal gratitude to the community and to everybody that made ETHDenver 2022 such an incredible success and frankly, really, really special. To scale an event to this size and still preserve the ethos of the community is a really hard thing to do. And I think we can optimize some things. I definitely think that there's some room for improvement. We're incredibly interested in maintaining the build first ethos. We will always be a build first community. We will always be a community innovation festival. We have no interest in commercializing to conference status and all of these other things. It's purely something that we care about and actually realizing the future of the decentralized future. I know I just said future twice, but the reality is we think very rare as a life's opportunity as a community to actually see to fruition. And we're committed to helping the community get there and to provide the resources, access, and opportunity to anybody globally who wants to build and contribute their own unique creativity to this giant tent and a blank canvas that creates a more fair and equitable future for the internet and for people generally. So with that, I'm going to transition then. I guess we're getting ready here to bring folks back, the celebrity judges up to do their announcements there, Jason.
Yep. So, I loved everything that you said, and I'm super grateful to even be a part of ETHDenver. So it's been a fun project to work on the last couple of years, and I want to say thank you.
It's gonna, you're welcome, Jason. You've done an excellent job as well. Everybody congratulate Jason, please, for taking on the incredibly difficult role of judging steward, which is always, annually a very difficult thing to manage as we grow. We are going to be putting in a lot more systems and softwares and things. We're actually going to be starting on that very, very soon already for next year's installment. And so hopefully you're not so exhausted and almost dead after. I don't know. I don't know how to avoid it. Like, we've been doing this 5 years now, and every year I feel like I need a month detox. And it's like, and it's not just like physically I'm ill, like I'm tired, I'm exhausted, my brain is dead, and it takes like 4 weeks just to come out of the coma.
Yeah, and then we added virtual on top of it. So, but
yeah, which was insane. So everybody stay tuned. We're going to retool a bunch of things. There's going to be some announcements in the near term here about next year's installment, opportunities to get involved really early, opportunities to have guaranteed access, ability to earn your way into guaranteed Spork Whale status. We're going to be really looking to differentiate participation and gamifying some experiences. So keep an ear out for that. We're going to be coming back to the community soon with some of that. And again, my gratitude to you, Jason, and to the community. It's been a wonderful time working together.
Awesome. So with that, let's wrap this up and let's bring up our celebrity judges. And welcome back, Griff, Sol, and Christine. So now that we're here, top 30 is over. Why don't we just go around the room? And Sol, why don't we start with you? Who was your top pick out of the 30, and what was something that you loved about it?
Yes. Before that, Jason, I'd like to tell John that now I really, really understand what is organizing an event like this. Like, it didn't real, it was small when we compare with ETHDenver, but I understand how you can be exhausted and how work you need to do. I really respect you.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I respect the work that you guys did too. I mean, and congratulations on what I heard was a fantastic year one. And I know firsthand how hard it is to get off the ground on these things. It takes community, and excellent job. I mean, by all accounts that I got, ETHO was excellent.
Thank you so much. I was inspired in ETHDenver definitely because I'm going to ETHDenver since 2019.
Yeah, and we'll see you again next year.
Yes, I'm pretty sure.
So by the way, Jason, I have some notes from Justin on his favorite. So when you're ready on his, I can do that, but we can do the others first. So Sol, let's go.
Yes, my favorite project is not only mine. I know that the other Judes are like it so much like me. So it is HyperDep. Congrats, guys. I choose this project, like I said, in the same moment that they was presenting. I hope that they resolving my life because I am terrible with front end, and I really would like to use this project.
Awesome. That's awesome. All right, Griff.
Yeah. So again, there were so many choices and it was so hard, but I'm a sucker for AI generated stuff. Like and then they threw it all on a bonding curve. It was incredible. ArtSpark is my go-to pick. It was a beautiful, like a lot of NFT projects, it's like, look, you can sell NFTs, but they don't look that great. This was like, wow, you just auto-generated so many gorgeous pictures that are interesting, and you also created an automated market solution for the low liquidity situation that exists in NFTs that I think is really ahead of the game, because we haven't hit the bear market in NFTs yet for real, like the liquidity issue.
No, we haven't hit the bear market yet.
No, but when we do, NFTs are going to feel it, and I think that ArtSpark really solved that problem before it's even started.
Awesome. Well,
cool.
Congratulations to ArtSpark. So great. Christine,
Awesome. So my pick is going to be Poly Echo because I think that they brought something that was truly sort of like unique to the event with the idea of creating an automated way for song creation. We often see, a lot of artists, highlighting more just like pictures and images, but I think having actual music like stored to the blockchain and be able to be created in such a different way and combined in such a different way, I think was really unique, and I really appreciated what they brought to the table. So, Poly Echo, love your project.
Cool. And then John, you mentioned that Justin had something.
Well, I have some notes from him, but he also liked HyperDAP. So I'm just going to read what he said, and then what I'm going to say is we're not going to obviously double award HyperDAP, but I'm going to read what he said just so that the feedback is out there. And then what we're going to do is, so the Bufficorn Ventures team is watching this, and the Bufficorn Ventures team is going to pick two other, like to make it the 5, because we didn't get to 5 today. So we're going to pick 2 that we think are the other standouts in addition to the 3 that we just awarded. And we'll follow up with those teams directly once I have a chance to talk to them. So without further ado, I personally want a trustless changelog commit history plus timestamps for front ends like Uniswap. It would be a significant value add if MetaMask displayed when the front end was last modified, especially if that last commit was done recently, e.g. less than 1 day ago. Indeed, front-end takeovers by attackers are usually only effective for a relatively short window on the order of hours, and a trustless changelog could help mitigate such short-lived attacks by drawing attention to recent front-end changes. So, and Justin mentioned he was going to reach out to HyperDAP privately to also congratulate them. So, big feedback from Justin Drank of the Ethereum Foundation. So, cool. But yeah, so I am once again I think to echo Griff's sentiment, like so many projects that were just so good. And this is what I love about the Ethereum community and the tangential communities that come together, whatever, sort of, I see the Ethereum community as a community of communities. I talk about that concept a lot. And it's like, it's just insane when you give people a big tent and a blank canvas to just come and express who they are and do their thing. It's really beautiful to see the things that they come and create. And now that we've got opportunity to help accelerate some of these projects into the next level of things, I'm super stoked to see how this particular leg of our journey together goes, because it's exciting that we actually get to like now participate actively in the next step of these of the development. I think it's cool. It's going to be a ton of fun.
Great. Well, I think that marks up. So then basically the last 2 spots are going to be Bufficorn Ventures.
It's going to award them based on our team is watching and watched all of the presentations. We just didn't have the time to sync up on it. So we will reach out to those projects and award those directly.
Great. And
we'll announce them on socials as well.
Okay, cool. And then I know that like Griff, Christine, and Sol also had other further recommendations. So maybe
let's hear them. Why don't we hear your runners up then? Let's do that.
Yeah, sure. Maybe Christine, do you want to present them?
Yeah.
I can do the honorable mentions.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me pull this up.
Oh, and I put it in the chat too.
All right. So our group picks are going to be ZK NFT, and then the second one is going to be Via Lend. Both projects brought something really awesome to the table that we really appreciated. So awesome job, guys.
Excellent. So ZK NFT, does somebody want to TLDR that one for me? I didn't see it.
So there were 2 projects that were really cool with like solving this same problem, which is when you have an NFT and you want to prove you have the NFT, you also disclose your address that holds the NFT,
and then they see everything else,
and then you get those tokens in that address, and then everything's lost. So ZK NFT and Zecco both solved that problem, but we ended up going with ZK NFT as the better solution because it was so modular. And Zecco I actually thought the tech was a little bit better. I'm biased for Circum, but it was very much just for airdrops. And ZK NFT allowed you to do anything with it. And then Sol, did you want or no? Actually, VLAN was you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, VLAN, we choose VLAN because it's an amazing solution related to DeFi and related how we can do investments.
Yeah, honestly, I was looking at VLN and I'm like, I want this for latent donations on Giveth. Like, how do we get this team to start working on that?
Yes, it's perfect.
And I like how you rubbed your hands while you were doing this. You're like, how do I get them working on my things?
Blockchain for good projects. We can do it together.
It's so Griff. That's so Griff. Excellent. Well, let's just do that then. Let's call this the 5 because I do have a short list here, and actually they're on it. So ZK, NFT, and VLend are the other 2 for the 5. So congratulations, teams. Fabulous. So then let's talk about the honorable mentions here. Let's just give some public love. You want to do that?
Yeah. I'll take of the. I already kind of did Zecco. So I'll take my favorite of the honorable mentions, which was Tavern Keeper. Tavern Keeper is a really cool onboarding experience for Discord, and integrated with NFTs and really customizable. And I thought the team had a lot of potential solving a serious problem in the DAO space around like how do we onboard community members. It's so much like I'm a community manager by that's how I got into this space, and it's so much work to onboard community members. And like I'm so sick of the copy paste, like same thing saying over and over again. Let's have a bot do it, and let's integrate it with NFTs and POAPs and make it gamified. Like they just automated away huge work for community managers.
Yes, I can talk about another honorable mention to identify because this is a great project. To have the proof of KYC without sharing the data, our data. So this is very important to us.
Yeah, obviously we loved all of those. I'm going to give a double shout out to ETHDenver, mainly because I talked to a lot of projects that obviously need like this KYC technology. And so really hope that you guys expand on that within the space. And then last but not least, super cool. I think the name speaks for itself. The project was super cool. We all absolutely loved it. Love what you guys brought. And it absolutely was just amazing for ETHDenver. So really great to see everyone develop here. But yeah, those were the ones that really stood out for us.
Awesome.
Excellent. Well-earned recognition from our celebrity judges. And I will say thank you to you guys for taking the time. I mean, holy cow, it's like rapid fire, these things that can be rather exhausting to kind of keep after it. So thank you for your ongoing contribution. I mean, your insights, your feedback, your kudos, your energy, all of these things are really important. And we're very appreciative that you would take the time and invest the time with us today.
Thank you for having us, John.
Yeah.
It's wonderful.
My pleasure. I couldn't. I'm happier than I'm skipping down the street with lipstick with jam on my face. It's like, I'm just like happy. We did an excellent job, community, and I'm looking forward to the next chapters and stages for everybody. It's gonna be an interesting ride. And
ETHDenver is so important for the Ethereum community. It's such a huge event, the biggest conference in Ethereum and probably the most important one. DevCon being close, but honestly, to see this thing coming through the community and just like it's just so important. And I think for Sol and Christine and I, like, we want to help as much as we can because it's just so important for everybody. So thank you, John, and thank you, Jason, and Jonathan in the background, and Trevor, and all the other guys that
Justin, Trevor, Danny, Shannon, everybody, the whole team. Like the ETHDenver and SporkDAO stewardship team is just insanely talented and a beautiful group of human beings. And like I just can't imagine I can't imagine doing anything else. What the hell else would we be doing if not this? Like what? I mean, come on.
Speaking of doing something else, when are we starting to plan for 2023? And what are
Tomorrow.
the dates?
So the calendar dates for ETHDenver 2023, I actually had a slide at one point, but because my screen's not working, I'll just do this the manual way. If you look into February, it's so this is the easy way to cheat. So if you look at the week of President's Day, it's the weekend. The main event is always the weekend before President's Day. So President's Day next year is on the 20th. Okay. And so that would mean that ETHDenver BUIDL Week would start on the 10th, and then everything would go through the 20th. So Friday, February 10th would be the BUIDL Week kickoff. BUIDL Week would run up through that Thursday, then leading into the main event on Friday, which is February 17th. So that would be the plan.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to it. I look forward to start planning tomorrow.
Well, I'm sort of joking on tomorrow. It's Saturday, but Monday is certainly a new day. Yeah, I think just as a foreshadowing, we've always treated ETHDenver as an event where we plan really hard and vigorously for like 4 to 5 months beforehand. So we kind of kick into gear somewhere around, October.
Mm-hmm.
We've gotten to a size and scale now where there's just too much to do and too many moving parts. And if we really want to preserve the culture of biddling, and we really want to make that the emphasis, and we want to get more people from around the globe, and we want to engage more communities, and we want to get more connections with universities and underserved communities and all the things that we want to do, we got to start now. And so we are, because we minted out all of the Bufficorns, we are using the proceeds of that plus a budget surplus, a small one, from the community event to actually bring in a proper staff to be doing this year round. And into the future, this might mean some more events, some sort of satellite events or sort of smaller things, quarterly things, we're going to get a lot more. We're going to start really developing some of our community growth tactics around more of a consistent, constant, ongoing presence versus just that 1 week, So we see ETHDenver and the Sporked Out community as, a lot of people love it. It's not just like, oh yeah, I go to this event, it's cool. But like, to echo Griff's sentiment, like I remember when Griff told me he wasn't going to come to ETHDenver 2020. And then like, I got to come, man. I'm going to come. I got to be there. And now he'll be the first one through the door. Cause it's like, we've been able to create this community vibe that's really pretty rare and pretty special actually. So in the effort to preserve all of that, we're going to start putting in year-round effort and continue to grow it, continue to add value, continue to accrue value, and then just rinse and repeat and see where we get. It's a grand experiment. So,
I love it.
It's a ton of fun, and let's see what we can do.
Awesome. Well, any closing? I think that was any closing remarks? I mean, thanks Sol, thanks to Griff, thanks to Christine, thanks to John, thanks to John in the background. And then you got Trevor back there. So any other closing remarks other than we'll see you in 2023?
See you.
See you in 2023.
Thank you all to build.
Perfectly.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you.